Good morning, everyone, and welcome to On the Spot Motorsports Media. We are here at Gainesville Raceway, getting ready for the Sportsman Racing Products ET Bracket Series. This is race number 11. So we are getting up there. We got a double this weekend and a double at the end of the month. And then we'll have a little break between July and August. And we'll come back here in early September and round it out and see who our champions are. So we're looking forward to that. And everyone will also be getting ready for divisional finals that will be taking place the next following weekend in September at South Georgia Motorsports Park. But again, today, this is race 11 of the Scorpion ET series here at Gainesville Raceway, as we are fixing to get into our time runs of the day. I know we're having a little bit of wind. I will try to get that camera stable that you see wobbling around a little bit up there as we go. Of course, I'm also racing. So at times, there will be no banners of telling you what class is running, but before I go down, I will let you know those classes. So we are fixing to go into time runs as I speak. Corey is spraying the track right now. So I am actually going to turn everything over to Derek Putnam, as he is our announcer for today. So hang tough, and you'll start seeing some action on the track.
No doubt he will have a productive weekend in Alabama as we look to get started here with our time trial round. Keep in mind, everybody, you get one time shot per entry. So if you are double entered, obviously you can come back around in your second class or on your second entry and make the hit. But we are making one time shot only. And we will get ready for round number 1 of eliminations. So once again, Pro ET drivers, suit up, please. Pro ET drivers. In lanes 1 and 2, start suiting up, please. As Corey has sprayed the racetrack, which means it should only be about maybe 1 minute at most before we call him into the water.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Again, we're sorry for the camera up there wobbling just a little bit, but it's up there near the suites here at Gainesville Raceway. So just bear with us.
Pro ET, first pair and the water box here to get us started. Little Chevy versus Ford action to get us started here on Saturday morning. Flying Brian's Trailer Sales Super Pro, I will call you as soon as I have space for you in the lanes. Once again, Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, I will call you as soon as I have space in the lanes. Chevy Nova right-hand side, Ford Mustang left-hand side, Anthony Lindsay on the left-hand side, the Chevy Nova on the right-hand side. Better reaction time goes to the Nova, and the Nova will get to the finish line for 6:22 at 109, 6:79 at 99 miles an hour for Lindsay's Ford. That'll bring up our next pair. Lisa Remba in his street car on the left-hand side of the racetrack, the 68 model Lewis Barracuda. He's lined up with Vince Udushell out of the two-wheel variety, our first motorcycle on the right-hand side. Both of them leaving a little before the green light. 754 at 93 miles an hour for Vance. Lee goes 846 at 81 miles an hour. That will bring up Fireball Man himself, Jeremy Davis, right-hand side. In case for whatever reason you're feeling cold, Jeremy Davis will help you like no one else can. He not only drops the fire, but he takes it with him everywhere he rolls. Watch On the Spots Motorsports from last week, you'll see it. He's right-hand side on the two-wheeler, Bob Hogston. Out of Gene's Glass left side, the S10's big brother, the SS454 pickup truck. You see lots of S10s at the racetrack. Bob Hogston making sure you see at least one or two full sizes. 695 at 97 miles an hour for Hogston. Davis rolls through at 580 at 121 on the two-wheeler. That brings up Dustin Daniel next. The Lake Butler-based S10. This is the slightly smaller Chevy pickup truck. He'll line up against the plush Monte Carlo of Dan Sawyer. Sawyer's on the right-hand side. He's a truck driver by trade. The now big block power 1972 model Chevy Monte Carlo. Dustin off the mark first. And we'll get to the finish line first. 658 at 103. 768 at 88 miles an hour for the street car on the right side. Mel Risky coming up next with Larry McClendon on the opposite side. Little Chevy versus Mopar action here. Larry is 051 green on the right side. 690 at 97 miles an hour for Larry. Mel rolls through at 627 at 109. David Zinke up next on the left side, the Super Stocker. Plymouth Duster on the Lucas Oil side against the S10 Blazer on the right-hand side. I have no driver information on that vehicle as of yet. Once again, final call for Pro ET. Final call for Pro ET, lanes 3 and 4, please. Final call Pro ET. Final call Pro ET, lanes 3 and 4, please. If you are not already in the lanes, I need you lanes 3 and 4, please. Zinke turns at 13, foul red. Again, in time runs, it's okay to do that. We're looking for our best green light reaction time for the wait and see buy-in round number 1. Blazer gets there first, 641 at 105, 705, 94 for the Super Stocker. Dick Webster and Reed Ferrer up next. The 1966 model Pontiac GTO. This car has been around the North Florida area for quite a while between here and the now defunct Jackson Raceways. It is based out of Jacksonville. That's left-hand side. Right side is Dick Webster, the 1973 big block Chevy Nova. He's out of Citrus Springs, Florida. Dick Webster, 008 on the reaction time. 668 at 104 for Dick Webster after the 008 tree. 650 with a 9 on the end of it, 104 for Ferrer's car on the left-hand side. Travis Marchand, the wheel-standing 69 Chevy Camaro on the right-hand side, and he'll stage up with another wheel-stander, John Twain. Twain out of Jacksonville, the 1994 small block Camaro left side. So an all Camaro battle, an all wheel-stander battle, small block left side, big block right side. Travis's car strikes the tires just a hair. Twain's car doing what it normally does. 594, 115 for Travis. 6 flat with a 9 at 113 for John Twain. Amber Madsen, Mike Young next. Matt on the left-hand side. This is our new S10 that she recently put together. Decided that they did not want to cut up the Malibu, so they decided to get after a new race car. This will be her last race before she travels north to join not only me, but about 400 or 500 of our closest friends on 6th Summer. Right-hand side is Mike Young in the Plymouth. Young with an 025 reaction time. Amber misses it a little bit. Young will get there first. 637 at 108. 679 for Amber Max, Gainesville-based. That's my pickup truck. Mark Neal and Jimmy Hodges next. Another couple racers that have been doing this for quite a while. seasoned, experienced, whatever you would prefer to call it. Mark Neal out of Middleburg, 1995 Model S10 pickup truck left side. Jimmy Hodges, who used to drive the wheel-standing red C3 Corvette, now wheeling the 1975 Disco Nova. Better reaction time goes to Mark Neal. Both of them awake on this morning. 19 with 31 on the tree, 610 and 111 for Hodges, 657 and 103 for Mark Neal's entry. Here comes your defending Pro ET Track champion, Paul Allen, left-hand side. Maverick right side, Brett Fenneman, who has already been a winner this year on the Tour of the Sportsman class. Normally we see him behind the wheel of the blue GTO. He is wheeling his Chevy today. 843 at 83 miles an hour for Fenneman, 699 at 98 miles an hour for Paul Allen, who ironically was runner-up just last weekend on Sunday to our very own Phil Green up at South Georgia Motorsports Park during their two-day bracket series. So we had ourselves an all Gainesville final. James Tomer and Curtis Peak will come up next. Peak left-hand side of the extended cab S10 pickup truck, right-hand side James Tomer, the 1985 Mercury Capri. Man, this is not a Mustang, this is a Mercury. What's the difference? Mercury's had more wood grain in them. The other thing that you can tell the difference if they have the correct sign on them is you can look at the rear bubble glass. They use more of a bubble glass. And the hood comes up on James Tomer's car. It looks like somebody forgot the hood pins. And unfortunately, that is probably going to, at the very least, result in some damage to the car. Hopefully, he did not get it into the windshield. But thankfully, he gets it stopped right on the center of the racetrack. And you see the piece that flew off. That is the little plastic grate that is in between the hood and the windshield. So what normally happens, because I will admit this is not the first time I have ever seen a Fox Mustang or a Fox Capri ever blow the hood up. There is a small header panel between the hood and the windshield glass. If you leave the pins out of the hood and it decides to come up, what ends up happening is it will crunch that plastic piece that you saw fly off the car and then normally put a big dent in that area, and then it flops it back onto the roof and windshield. Now, if he's lucky, it came up and it did not get into the windshield, because the last thing you would want is cracked glass. But thankfully, he got it stopped relatively quickly and just kept it straight. So hopefully we will only be down here for just a matter of minutes while we return the hood to the closed position. Peak was 10 on the tree and went 676 at 100 miles an hour on the S10. James Tomer might go back to the pit area and do some heavy breathing exercises to get himself back on cue on where he needs to be for round one of eliminations.
All right, we're going to take a quick commercial. Well, we might hold on here just a second. Look like they're about to come back this way. So we're going to go right back in racing action. So we're just going to hold off on those commercials.
All right, so it looks like everything is A-okay. Again, just doing the pickup of the pieces and making sure that James is good to go back to the pit area with the hood in the closed position, not the open position. We'll bring our next pair of cars up. and D. Ray Litney. And I'm probably mispronouncing his name because I know D and I have talked about this. Penn Gillinan out of here in Gainesville, left-hand side, and Greg Turner's Camaro. D riding the big block 69 Camaro right side. D turns it 12 green, 17 red for Bart as both of them go after the Christmas tree here this morning. 664 for Bart, 663 for D. So they were looking at each other all the way down the racetrack. That's a good side-by-side battle with 14 thou separating them at the finish line. Richard Lindsay and Kevin Roberts. Richard, the slightly more attractive of the two Lindsays. I say slightly because that is a very sliding scale slopey deal. Yeah, let's not get into it. It's not going to go anywhere good. Kevin Roberts, a former Division II champion left-hand side, the Hugger Orange 69 Chevy Camaro. Roberts with the better reaction time in the streetcar, but Richard's going to get to the finish line for a 6:45 at 1:06. 7:34.93 miles an hour for Roberts' entry. Russell Morris coming up next, the 1987 model Olds Cutlass. This is the last year for the rear-wheel drive car. 455 cubic inches of Olds power plant on the right-hand side. He'll line up with the gear jammer himself, Tommy Borja. Borja on the left-hand side in the stick shift Mustang. He has already made a final round appearance this year. Borja drops the clutch 11 thousandths of a second too early. Russell is 053 green on the tree. 693, 97 miles an hour for the Oldsmobile. 766 with a 6 on the end of it at 87 for Tommy's entry. Steve Welsh and Roland Corky Alford will come up next. The 1989 S10 out of Glen St. Mary will stage up right-hand side. Steve Welsh out of Ocala for the 1975 Plymouth Duster on the left-hand side. Once again, final call for Super Pro Motorcycle. Super Pro Motorcycle, I need you to lane 7, please. Super Pro Motorcycle. Super Pro Motorcycle, lane 7, please. Both drivers going for that perfect trip sit reaction time. Left side is 9 thousandths too early. Corky is 14 thousandths too early. 680 for the Mopar. 726 for the S10. Brandon Williams and Kyle Cox will come up next. Left-hand side, the third-gen Camaro, the stock Eliminator legal Camaro. And Brandon Williams, the winner in Bradenton, I believe, just last weekend, with what he calls the fire turd, the second-generation Firebird. Brandon with the better reaction time. They are tied together as they head to the finish line. The Stalker's going to get there first. 7:30 to a 7:38 for Brandon Williams, right side. They'll bring up Lee Hauser and James Evans next. Another couple of longtime Gainesville runners. Evans left-hand side of the Fox Mustang. Right-hand side, Lee Hauser's purple Mopar. Once again, Pro ET, if for whatever reason you're not in the lanes, I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro ET. Pro ET, if you're not in the lanes yet, I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Evans turns it red left-hand side. Lee Hauser's 026 green and lights it out to a 715, 696 for James Evans. Forward left side. That brings up a couple of racers that also have been doing it for quite a while here at Gainesville. One of them is a former track champion. That's Ernie Renfro, right-hand side, the small block 1970 model Camaro. And Chad King, his new ride, the S10 he's been working on for quite a while, left side. Ernie Renfro, 006 on the reaction time. And likes it out to be 666s at 103, 766 at 88 miles an hour for Chad King's entry. Leah Tadaro and Phil Green next. Couple wheel standers coming to the starting line. Leah Tadaro and her small block Chevy van on the Budweiser side. Phil Green recently picked up the victory at South Georgia Motorsports Park on Sunday in his small block powered 1968 high school dated Chevy Camaro. Leah Tadaro, 766 for Tadaro, 603 for Bill Green. Miles an hour for Georgia Manuel's Nova left side, 784 at 86 miles an hour right hand side. That brings up the Rent-A-Buggy. This is the Machny Chevy powered Mustang left hand side. Not sure if Danielle is driving it or Mike might be driving it. Not sure who is driving it, but it picked up a $2,000 check at Bradenton on Sunday with Gage Birch behind the wheel, left hand side. Right hand side is Tom Courtney in the Pontiac Firebird. 018 in red for the Machny will be on the left side. 631 and 108, 667 and 106 for Tom Courtney's ride. Attention in the bids, attention in the bids. I will take Flying Brian's Trailer Sales Super Pro. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian's Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. Corky Bumpus goes 672 at 100, 914 at 73 miles an hour for Rick Smith on the right side. I'll bring up an all-Nova battle next. Robert Simpson and Big John Rollins, as Rick Bader would say. I'm not sure where the big part came from. John's normal height. The defending Super Street champion left side out of Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom. The 1972 Chevy Nova. And Robert Simpson, the former Sportsman track champ right here. He's in his small block Nova. Robert Simpson, trip, sip, perfect. You can do no better. John turns at 7 thou red. It goes 596 at 114. Simpson just earned himself the wait and see buy run with a 761 at 89 miles an hour with a perfect light. Mike Searle in the Chevy Malibu station wagon goes 661 at 102 left side. John Lamby Lamondola right hand side goes 833 at 84. The Pontiac Trans Am known as Lucy. That'll bring out Dawson Bass and Kenny Hires. Hires in the small block powered Chevy pickup truck out of Hawthorne right side. And Dawson Bass is Jacksonville, Florida-based Mustang left side. Once again, Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Brian Flying Trailer Sales Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Oh, that one is going to suck for Dawson Bass. He's tripped, sit perfect, and gets nothing out of it. He was 2 pairs too late. Just 2 pairs in front of him. Someone is perfect, trip, zip, and Dawson's going to get back to the pits and have to hear the unfortunate news that you did not get the wait and see buy run. That went to Robert Simpson. 718 at 95 for Dawson. Kenny goes 699 at 97 miles an hour. Jeff Peg leg barrier right hand side. Against the wheel standing Mark Horton left hand side. He saw a lot of sky. We might be sending him over to Gainesville Airport to apply for his pilot's license. 625 at 109 for Mark Horton. 769 at 88 miles an hour for Jeff Barrier, and Renee chiming in and saying, the next Gainesville flight does not take off until 12:25. Keith Collins and Mike French next. Mike French in the Chevelle wagon right side, and Keith Collins splitting duty with Amber Matz in the S10 pickup truck. French in the big block powered Chevelle out first, and he'll get to the finish line for 6:33 at 106, 6:70 at 100 from Keith Collins. Then bring up Mike Gaffney and Chris French next. French in the street legal 1968 model Chevy Chevelle. He's out of Ocala, big block power plant underneath the hood. Left-hand side is Mike Gaffney. Out of Wildwood, Florida, the 1977 AMC Gremlin, the only car ever designed on an airplane barf bag. Gaffney, 008 on the reaction time. Chris French is going to get there for 6:19 at 110, 6:86 at 98 miles an hour for Gaffney's entry. That'll bring up the Holly Hills Chevy Nova for their second entry. And I do believe that is either Donnie or Joe Cool Hutto on the right-hand side. That is Donnie Hutto's Mercury Comet. Not sure if Donnie is piloting it or if Joe is behind the wheel. Once again, Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2. .629 at 108 left side, 691 at 97 miles an hour right hand side. Once again, my final call for Super Pro Bike. Allen Speed Machine Shop Super Pro Bike. Looks like I have all of you, but just in case. Super Pro Bike, lane 7, please. Super Pro Bike, lane 7, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. Overflow will go to lanes 3 and 4. And then once again, Flying Brian Trailer Sales, not only the sponsor of the Super Pro class, but Brian has told me that by their display trailer that they have sitting in lane 8, they brought a new one out here this weekend. They have a cooler of water, so any driver that may have forgotten their water at home or did not bring any at all, our Super Pro sponsor has left some over there, so you would like to go grab yourself a cold one. Little Chevy S10 pickup truck right side. Scott DeLeon on the left side in the Chevy Malibu. Red light for the S10. Scott is 026 green. And DeLeon goes 695, 678 at 101 for the S10. That'll bring up Wendy Coulson out of Aldosma, Georgia, the small block powered second gen Camaro on the Budweiser side. And Brendan George wheeling what used to be his old ride, now belonging to his father, Bob George. This is a 1967 model Chevy Camaro. This was Brendan's street car during college days. It has jumped back and forth from being a street car to a race car and then back again. Both of them showing up to play. 005 left side, 006 right hand side. Wendy gets there for 668, 683 for Brendan George. Once again, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4, please. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. This is Dan Fuzzy Dice Warren's S10. It says that Rob Reynolds is behind the wheel. It doesn't really surprise me, as Rob will jump in just about anything with wheels. He also has a buy and sell dealership. Just kidding, but it seems like he should based on how much stuff he buys and sells. Melbourne, Florida-based S10 right-hand side. Jason Rollins out of Rollins Automotive Speed Custom, the pump gas big block, 71 Nova left side. there first, 585 at 118, 636 at 105 for Reynolds entry right side. Speaking of Reynolds, here's the other one. The slightly more attractive one and the one that's been doing better on the racetrack. This is Aaron Reynolds. Aaron, who has picked up several wins here at Gainesville, including one during the Fall Brawl here at Gainesville in November, has already picked up a Pro ET win here during regular bracket series action as well. The revamped S10 pickup truck. He's left-hand side, right-hand side, the Chevy Nova. No driver information on that vehicle as of yet. And Reynolds goes wheels up on an 037 green light. The Nova is red. 616 at 109 for Aaron's ride. 705 at 95 miles an hour right-hand side for the Chevy Nova. That'll move us to motorcycle. This is the Allen Speed Machine Shop Super Pro bike. So we have two motorcycle classes. One of them 1/8 mile, one of them 1/4 mile, one of them allowing all the electronics, the other one not, to allow both street bikes and race bikes to come out and have fun. Once again, I have called Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. To lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2. As looking at quite a few of you in lanes 1 and 2, appreciate you showing up on time. I see Robert Ledbetter actually made the trip up here from South Florida. How about that? So for those of you that are wondering just how far people will travel to get here to Gainesville Raceway, I'd say the minimum time as of right now between the Machnis out of Venice and the 69 Pontiac Firebird out of West Palm, I'd say about 4 hours at minimum is our long distance right now. All right, so here we go into Super Pro Motorcycle. Larry Berger, left-hand side. The V-Rod out of Jacksonville. Right-hand side is Anthony Vieira. Vieira out of Palm Coast, Florida. He'll stage up on the Budweiser side. .726 left side at 100 for Larry. 558 at 124 right side for Anthony. Richard Holder out of Jacksonville, Florida comes up next right-hand side. Plus Suzuki. No driver information on left-hand side. .555 at 123 left-hand side after a very respectable 0:10 reaction time. 548 at 123 for Richard Holder's entry right side. Dwayne Leachman and Jeremy Davis. Last time this happened, we had a slight fireball right-hand side. Let's hope it doesn't happen this time. So far, we're good. Leachman is 4th, now red, trying to go after a perfect reaction time left side. 560 at 121, 584 at 121. Also for speed for Jeremy Davis, right side. Fireball free. John Up the Grove and Tom Motes come up next. Motes, left side. The California-based Kawasaki. John Up the Grove out of Keystone Heights, also wheeling the Kawasaki on the right-hand side. Grove will get there first, 578, 130 right hand side, 716 and 100 for Tom Moses entry left side. Here comes our final pair of motorcycles, and it looks like we have one single. So Super Pro, go ahead and start suiting up, please. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, start suiting up, please. Super Pro, if you're not in the lanes, I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro. Super Pro, if you are not already in the staging lanes, I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro. Super Pro, if you're not in the lanes already, lanes 3 and 4, please. Roy Agadorn and Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Roy Agadorn showing why he is the man he is. 005 on the reaction time. 5:59 at 1:20 for Roy Agadorn. 5:80 at 1:19 for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. after he misses a perfect reaction time by just 0.02 of a second. That close. Vance Hudeshell coming back around for their second entry. And go 7:57 at 93 miles an hour left-hand side. Derek Brewster making a single shot left-hand side in the LS Power dragster, 5:31 at 1:26. I believe they just did some work to this car, so they wanted to make a single pass, make sure everything shook out okay. So Brewster making the single shot. We will go back into side-by-side action here. Alan Rouse and Trent Horton will get us started here in side-by-side pairings here at Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro action. Trent Horton in we can almost call it the Village Buggy Dragster. There have been a lot of people running that car here this year, and several of them have been successful with it. Trent's going to have to change the laybox settings. Alan Rouse is 006 in the S time. 6:18 at 1:09 for Rouse's entry. 4:98 with a final 1:38 for Horton. That'll bring up Bobby Trinnell, whose birthday it is today. I'm sure he can hear me down there when I tell him happy birthday. He's just a little occupied right now. Normally behind the wheel of the 33 Ford Street Roadster driving the dragster here this weekend against the Ford Mustang over on the left side. Bobby's 007 James Bond on the tree. He'll like it through to go 5:11 at 1:34, 5:69 at 1:21 for the pony entry on the left side. Jason Graham and Nick Brown next. Brown in the wheel standing Chevy Camaro left side, and the also wheel standing 69 65 Chevy, 2 right side. Graham's entry goes 6th out red as it heads for the sky. 571 and 117. Made a little bit of a move to the left. We want to make sure we get that fixed immediately. I don't want any trees being marked. Big Brown goes 605 and 112 in the Camaro left side. Robert Ledbetter making the trip from South Florida on the left-hand side. The actual Pontiac-powered Pontiac. Yes, it actually does exist. 1969 model Pontiac Firebird. He's left-hand side. Right-hand side, the second-gen Camaro. Ledbetter with the slightly better reaction time on the left side goes 593 at 116 in the Pontiac, 562 at 124 for the Camaro entry on the right side. That brings up Tom Heath in the 68 Pontiac GTO left side, recently revamped car done by 2.0 race cars. And David Harris on McClenny, Florida, the Spitzer chassis dragster on the right side. So Tom Heath waiting patiently in the door car left side as Harris trying to roll up and looks like might be having some problems. Might have left something loose on the car as Corey is down there trying to help him. And it looks like everything's going to be okay as he rolls up. Once again, Tom Heath waiting patiently. The Super Pro sponsor himself, Brian Jones, right-hand side, the Orangeburg, Florida-based smallest chassis dragster. Make sure you go and check out one of his newest trailers that is parked in lane number 8. He'll give you the drive-away special. He doesn't have to drive it back to Orange Park. He'll give you a discount. The wheel-standing Camaro, John Twain left side. Twain is 012, and Brian Jones must have left his finger taped to the button. 463 and 147 for Jones entry, 601 and 113 for John Wayne's Camaro left side. All right, attention in the pits. I have my buy runs for Pro ET, Rollins Automotive Pro ET, and Allen Speed Machine Shop's Pro Bike so far. So the buy run, the wait and see buy run for Pro ET round number 1 is Robert Simpson, who was trips in perfect on the reaction time, and Roy Hagedorn in Super Pro Bike number 291, who was 005 on the tree. So those are your first 2 buy runs as we continue to work our way through things. Mark Watson and Victor Adams next. All Firebird starting line. Adams in the small block Pontiac on the left side. Mark Watson in the big block car Pontiac right side. Both of them turn the tree red. 598 and 114 for Watson, Super Street entry. 650 and 103 for Victor Adams. Good to have Mark Watson back from Georgia with us, and Victor Adams, a regular in the Gainesville small tire Firebird. Roland Corky Alford coming around for his second entry as he is doubled up between Pro and Super Pro, the S10 right side. Mike Fiddler out of Summerfield, Florida, the really clean Dodge Dart on the left-hand side. Better reaction time goes to Roland. The Dodge is going to get to the finish line first. 645 at 104, 723 at 92 miles an hour for Alford's entry right side. Once again, Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. If you are not in the lanes already, I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. I will take Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, please. Allen Speed Machine Shop Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro Motorcycle to lane 7, please. Pro Motorcycle to lane 7, please. I also need Junior Street to lane 8, please. Junior Street to lane 8, please. Zach Collins goes 625 and 110 in the Vega right-hand side. Haley Wright goes 512 and 134 in the Dragster left side. So again, I have put out first calls for the following classes. Allen Speed Machine Shop, Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Junior Street to lane number 8, please. Junior Street to lane number 8, please. And Pro Motorcycle, lane 7, please. A couple of dragsters on the starting line with no driver information on them as of yet. Both of them away clean and green. Right side with a better reaction time. Left side just a touch quicker. 509 at 134. Left side 510 at 134. Right side. And as we bring another pair of dragsters back after the burnouts, right hand side is Dave Hicks out of the Hicks Family Racing Operation. St. Augustine, Florida-based dragster. Left side is 9,000 red. Right side Hicks is 033 green and turns it up 502 at 134 on the scoreboard. 489 at 141 left side. Our next pair of dragsters, Grayson Wright, Chuck Trotter. Trotter, who used to wheel a Ford Thunderbird. Here's a small piece of trivia for you. Trotter was the last driver to win in Super Comp in a non-dragster entry. It is a rare occurrence. And if I remember correctly, at the time it had been 10 years since anybody had won Super Comp in a door car. Chuck Trotter was the last one to do one, and ironically would be the last one ever to do one at where? Atlanta Dragway in 2022. He's right-hand side. Left-hand side is Grayson Wright out of Middleburg in the undercover chassis dragster. Neither one of them wants to go in and stage first. Wright rolls it in. And Trotter will follow suit. Both of them ran on the reaction time. Trotter's going to get there first. 465 at 147, 502 at 134 for Grayson Wright's entry. Dave Demarest, who recently picked up a win here in Gainesville just last weekend. The Fort McCoy, Florida transplant, the Division I number. So he's originally from the northeast area of the United States. Could possibly also be from Canada. Hey, he's left side. Mark Daniels out of Jacksonville, Florida, the 92 Suncoast chassis dragster. That is a name that has been around for quite a while. Suncoast chassis. Big Block Chevrolet's a pair for power on both sides. Better reaction time by a couple foul goes to Demarest. He'll get there first. 478 at 144 left side. 492 at 139 right side for Mark Daniels' entry. Mike Matrison and Sherby Powell will come up next. A pair of classic Chevrolet entries. Matrison out of Brooksville, the Chevy 2 Nova on the right-hand side. And Sherman Valley, former track champion, who's competed in a couple of different entries, now making the 1970 model Chevy Camaro his go-to ride. He's based out of Green Cove Springs, Florida, left side. He's 2 thou away from a perfect reaction time. For Tristan, 013, green goes 664, right side 661 for Sherman Powell's entry, left side. Top Sportsman Pro Stock looking entry right hand side. No driver information on that car as of yet. Left hand side is very well. Out of Georgia and the Chevy Vega. Big wheel stand for Barry, and he has to get out of it. He's 005 on the tree though. So he was sharp there. 485 to 144 for the door car left side. So the 005 puts Barry in front of the wait and see Byron list for round number 1. He might have to try and find some new underwear though before he gets to that point. Lou Hawthorne comes up next, left-hand side of the dragster entry. Right-hand side is Ivy Hutta in the 3rd gen Camaro. Lou's a little bit branded 017. It goes 442, 159 for the lower dragster, 599 for Ivy Hutta's Camaro. As we have once again made the move to an all dragster starting line, Gary Vasquez will come up right-hand side in the former Garrett Vasquez ride until he went to the S10 pickup truck. Gary, the retired FedEx employee out of Alachua, Florida, now working for Frank Hawley's drag racing school. They'll stage up right-hand side. Left side, 481 for Gary Vasquez after he turned it 3 thou red on the right-hand side. The Dan Fuzzy Dice Warren pickup truck back around. I believe Dan is behind the wheel on this side of it as Rob Reynolds is running it in Pro ET. Dragster entry left side. 003. Apparently it's catching. Gary just did it on the right side. Now left-hand side does it. 454 and 149 for the dragster. 640 to 104 for Dan Fuzzy Dice Warren. Galley left-hand side, and then Camaro goes 562 at 122. Motorcycle goes 554 at 124 right side. next for Alan Rouse back around on his second entry in the GMC Sonoma right-hand side. Dragster entry on the left-hand side. For the dragster left side after a very respectable 004 reaction time. Alan Rouse is 007 in the GNC and goes 6:16. So Alan Rouse at 2 entries is 006 on the first one, 007 on the second one. I'd say he's consistent. Keith Collins Jr. and John Connick come up next. Connick in the Vega left side. Keith Collins Jr. in the S10 right side. Better reaction time to Collins, and Collins is going to get their first ride to be 7:124, 7:19 and 94 miles an hour for John Connick's entry. Once again, sportsman drivers, lanes 5 and 6, please. Allen Speed Machine Shop Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro Bike, Pro Motorcycle, lane number 7, please. Pro Bike, lane 7, please. Junior Street, lane 8, please. Junior Street, lane number 8, please. This is Mike Bonacci making a single pass in his dragster left-hand side. There's been a little bit of cleanup work going on right-hand lane. Bonacci is 006 on the tree. And we'll leg it through to go 501 at 136 and change. Chad Kennedy in the Brendan George Rent-A-Ride. He's left-hand side. James Kelly Hicks, a former 3-time track champion in the 2014 Miller Chassis Dragster on the right side. Chad is 4th thou red. Hicks is 7th thou green. 450 and 153 for Hicks' entry. 609 and 111 for Kennedy in the Rent-A-Ride. 004 red might not get him fired. Just don't do it during round number 1, and then Brendan might take the car back. Speaking of Brandon, no, different Brandon, not that Brandon. And not the FJB Brandon. We need to clarify which Brandon we're talking about. Brandon Williams, out of Bradenton, Florida. Yeah, from that Williams family, from Troy and Gary. This is Brandon Williams. He's right-hand side of the Firebird. Randy Banger Jr. left side. In the Palmetto, Florida-based dragster. 491 and 139 for Banger's entry. 743 and 91 for Brandon Williams. Mike Young and April Prince next. Prince out of Titusville, doing all the burnout in the S10 pickup truck. Mike Young out of Beverly Hills, Florida, the Barracuda on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Once again, I need Allen Speed Machine Shop, Pro Motorcycle, lane 7, please. Pro Bike, lane 7. I need Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Junior Street, lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. April Prince better reaction time to the truck goes 6:26 at 108, 6:35 at 107 for my Young's entry. This is Jordan Prince, probably some relation to April. Jordan out of Sanford, Florida, in the dragster on the left side of the racetrack. James Hicks Jr., the youngster, out of Elkton, Florida. This is the former James Kelly Hicks dragster that he did quite well with. And Jr. is showing that he is up to the task. He is right-hand side of the racetrack. A 003 reaction time for Jordan Prince, and she legs it out to a 463 left side, 508 for James Hicks Jr. That brings up our next pair, Scott Gibson and Ari Kelly. Actually, I need to check. Dana, is this actually Ari Kelly? I don't see Ari standing anywhere, so it could actually be him. In the Mark Horton, Trent Horton, Ari Kelly, and I might have left a couple names out. Fuel Tech dragster right side, Scott Gibson left side. Gibson tries to outdo Jordan and goes 2 thou red. Ari is 15 green and goes 455 in the undercover right side. 460 at 148 for Gibson's entry. That's the only bad thing about a racing couple is if one comes right up after the other, then you're going to try and outdo each other. Jordan was just 3 thou green. Scott follows him, it's 2 thou red. That'll bring up our next pair of dragsters. Bobby Trinnell coming around on his second entry in the Worthy Chassis dragster right-hand side. Once again, Junior Street, lane 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8, please. Junior Street, lane number 8, please. Sportsman, I need your lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Left lane turns in red by 7 thousandths. 019 green for Trinnell, and he goes 509 at 135, 469 at 146 left side. Once again, Junior Street, final call for you, lane 8, Junior Street, final call for you, lane number 8, please. And Junior Street, go ahead and load up, please. Junior Street, go ahead and load up, please. Junior Street, load up, please. This is Mark Horton in the wheel standing Camaro right side. And he hasn't tamed it down yet. Aaron Reynolds left side of the S10. No cross almost together. 611 for Horton, 615 for Aaron Reynolds. Mark Horton is getting his frequent flyer miles in early today. It's interesting to watch that Camaro finally use low gear. Flying Brian Jones back around on his second entry. He misses the reaction time just a little bit. 463 of 147. Nick Brown coming back around on his second entry in the Chevy Camaro left-hand side, the big block entry. Brown is 013 on the reaction time. And we'll leg it out to go 606 with a 0-1-12. Once again, Junior Street, go ahead and get suited up and ready, please. Junior Street, lane number 8, get suited up and ready, please. Junior Street, be suited up and ready to go. We're going to come to you next as soon as we complete this round of Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Mike Gaffney, a very respectable double of 4 reaction time in the Gremlin and goes 687 to 98 miles an hour. Here comes Jason Graham, the wheel-standing Chevy 2 Nova on his second entry. Once again, Jason Graham's entry going wheels in the air and a little bit left. Follows up a 571-0 with a 570 with a 3 at 117, so his car staying consistent, and that will wrap up this time run session of Super Pro. It'll move us over into the Junior Street category. This is a new category that the NHRA added a couple of years ago, allowing drivers to kind of get their feet wet in full-size vehicles dialed 9 flat and slower in the 8 mile. You'll see a little bit of everything from tow rigs to street cars as well as race cars in this class. Junior dragsters. I need you to the lanes, please. Age group 6 to 9 to lane 8, age group 10 to 12 to lane 2, and age group 13 to 17 to lane 1. Junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, for your time run, I need you to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, I need you to the lanes, please. I have put final calls out for Pro Motorcycle and Sportsman as well. Motorcycle lane 7, Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Looks like I've got all of you there. Motorcycle, you will follow Junior Street. It looks like I may actually have one more run in Super Pro. But again, I have called Junior Dragsters, age group 6 to 9, lane 8, age group 10 to 12 to lane 2, and age group 13 to 17 to lane 1. Junior Dragsters. Start moving into those lanes, please. So Brendan George looking like he was having some issues there with the dragster, so we're going to bring him around and let him make his hit for Super Pro. Junior Street at the ready. So George, who is once again pulling double duty between 2 classes, this is the dragster known as Short Bus that he has already picked up a couple of track championships with, as well as a division championship in this car. He now makes his home in Beverly Hills, Florida. it by 3 thou on the red side. He'll leg the dragster through. 485 at 141 for Brendan George's entry left side. All right, so we are going to bring in our session of Junior Street next, and it looks like the voice of the brackets here at Gainesville Raceway, Rick Bader, has recovered from his double life as tech inspector today. I'm going to let him jump back on the mic for the remainder here. In Super Pro, listen up, in Super Pro, your buy run, your wait and see buy run for round number 1 is car number 238, P as in Paul, that's Jordan Prince with a 003 tree.
All right, thank you, Derek. Appreciate you covering for me this morning. All right, so here we are in our Junior Street category. And we got Colson 8 coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Yeah, you can't be in both of them. Okay, Colson 8, turn on the red light. There's a limit of 465 miles an hour, channel 471. There for the expedition out of Buckball Line. Brooklyn Collins coming up next. Stepping up to the Junior Dragster. Going to try Junior Street out. And so is their opponent, Molly Banger, also a Junior Street Junior Dragster driver. Stepping up into the Junior Street category. A lot of these Junior Street drivers are currently Junior Dragster drivers. Okay, they're almost dead even at the starting line. Only 3 miles separated the two at the starting line. Brooklyn Collins goes 951 at 71 miles an hour. 1011 at 73 there for Molly Banger. Okay, this is going to bring up number H249. Chevy Silverado. Alright, so we got a clean green light start over here. 9:28 is going to be the reaction time. Just 10:54 at 67 miles an hour. It's going to bring up Hunter Dowling next. He'll be in the F250 over here on the Lucas Oil side. 126 International time there for Hunter Dowling. There's something sitting out on the track out there. I see Danny's on his way out there to pick it up. Looks like the emblem on the tailgate or something like that. And he goes through a 1098 at 64. All right, here we go into the pro bikes. Reginald Harper is going to be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's in Palm Coast, Florida. And also out of Palm Coast, we got Anthony Maera. Again, red light start there for Harper. Maera with a 45 reaction time. He get to the stripe first down there with an 889 at 145 miles an hour. 1083 at 88 there for Reginald. All right, here comes Roy Johnson next out of Keystone Heights. He'll run over here in the left-hand lane. And Dwight Leachman out of Wildwood's going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. Red light start there for Roy Johnson. Leachman was up 120 on the tree. Leachman's going to get to the stripe first. 887 at 145 miles an hour to 1146 at 117. There for Roy Johnson. John Upthgrove coming up next. Here we are in the Lucas Oil lane instead of Keystone Heights. And here comes Fireball, Jeremy Davis, over here in Budweiser lane. He's out of Palm Coast. Okay, red light start here for John Upthgrove. Jack Davis was 069 on the tree. Upthgrove goes through with an 872 at 158 miles an hour. 914 at 145 there for Jeremy Davis. Don Moats coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Ocala. And Chuck Woolham out of Reddick will run over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, 127 reaction time for Bob. 156 for Chuck. Looks like Chuck's going to get to the stripe first. 1009 at 125 miles an hour. 1113 at 119 for Bob Moats. Going to bring up Vance Audishell out of Vero Beach. And Richard Holder out of Jacksonville. Right over here in Budweiser lane. All right, junior dragsters, y'all should be making your way into the staging lanes. I need my 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 year olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes. Sportsman, y'all should be in the lanes as well. Looks like our next one's out. Sportsman, next one's out. Alright, 021's the reaction time for Vance. 1-220 for Richard. Looks like he's having some problems with bike shifting. He's let out of it. Vance goes through with an 11.98 at 95 miles an hour, 14.13 at 55 for Holder. I'm sure that we'll get that figured out. Larry Berger coming up next. He's out of Jacksonville. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Wayne Schmidt Jr., he's over here in Budweiser lane on a Central. Okay, Schmidt goes through with a 9.17 at 143 miles an hour. His Berger had some problems getting his off the line. And it looks like he's still having some issues with trying to get it all the way through there. It's 17.45 at 67. Here we go as we're going into our sportsman category. And we'll have Blake Scott coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane out of Pinetta, Florida. It's the 2017 Dodge Challenger. Mark Van Gillian out of Melrose in his 94 Ford Vec. Okay, we get red light starts in both lanes. And it looks like the Lucas Oil lane will get there first 11.01 at 125 to a 12.46 at 109 for Bart. Dawson Bass coming up next. He'll be running over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Jacksonville, Florida, and he went up against John Landola. John's over here in the Budweiser lane from Gainesville, driving the Pontiac Firebird. All right, so we got 13 now represent the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Dawson Bass going 12:30 at 79 to a 13:06 at 103 for John Landola. Okay, here comes Sean. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. This is his 21st birthday, so happy birthday, Sean. Well, here's Bob Hoxton over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out in Lake Butler, Florida, in his 90 model Chevy pickup. All right, so it looks like some problems there with the Blazer, so we're going to push it back out of the way. All right, here comes Dennis Harsh in the 2018 Infiniti. He's out of Gainesville. And Dan Salyers, he'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. His 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reddick. Okay, red light starting from Dennis, a 0:46 reaction time for Salyers. Harsh goes through 12:10 at 112 miles an hour to a 12:23 at 108 for Salyers. Chris Courtney coming up next. He's out of Gainesville, the 77 Trans Am. And Brett Benjamin out of Jacksonville, in the Chevy Malibu, over here in the Budweiser lane. .48 reaction time for Chris, 0:74 for Brett. Chris is going to get there first. He was 11:03 at 121 miles an hour to a 12:81 at 104 for Brett Benjamin. That'll bring up Jay Dickinson next. He's out of St. George, Georgia, the 86 Chevy pickup truck. And he'll run up against Dylan Albert out of Middleburg in his 2001 Pontiac Firebird. Okay, red light starting there for Jay Dickinson. 0:50's reaction time per hour. Looks like Dylan is going to make it to the into the track first with the Pontiac as he goes 12:43 at 112 miles an hour. And Mr. Dickinson is going to cruise through with 17:42 at 76. All right, that's going to bring up Alden Rollins next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Pontiac Firebird. And Steven Strickland is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane in the 2023 Chevy Camaro. And at the stripe, it's going to be Alden getting there first, 11:60 at 115 miles an hour, 11:68 at 118 there for Steve Strickland. Jeff Barrier coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Gainesville, his 21 Dodge Charger. And he'll run up against Mitchell Gutter over here in the Budweiser lane, in his 2014 Charger. And Mitch is out of Stark. right, your wait and see my run in Junior Street will be going number 427. And your wait and see my run in the Pro Bikes is going to be by 225. All right, here goes Robert Simpson over there on Lucas Oil side of the track. One is Christopher Lagana out of Weirdsdale on his 67 Camaro. Simpson in his 70 Nova. Looks like he's going to make it to the stripe first. He goes 1207, 110 miles an hour to the 1311 at 102 for Lagana. Monica Roberts coming up next. She's 95 Camaro. She'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Run against Chad King out of Gainesville in his S10 pickup. Okay, we got a clean green light starts in both lanes. King's 013, Monica's 036. King's going to get to the stripe first, 1218 at 108 miles an hour. Monica goes through the 1256 at 105. That's going to bring up Jen Robards next. She'll be in the S10 pickup over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Kenny Hires out of Hawthorne around there in Budweiser lane in his C10 truck. All right, double A reaction time for Hires, 017 for Jen. Hires will get to the stripe first. He goes through the 1121 and 115, 1287 and 104 for Jen Robards. Here we go with our junior dragsters in our 6 to 9 category. We got Hudson Batts over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's right here in Gainesville. Going up against Kylie Moneybags Lockney. She's out of Venice, Florida. We got a green light starting for Mockney and a red light starting over there for Hudson Mats. Mockney goes to 1195 and 53 miles an hour, 1395 and 44 there for Hudson Mats. All right, you wait and see my run here in Sportsman next round. It's going to be Kenny Hires, number 007X. So here we go. We're going to step up in the age group here. We're going to go to the 10 to 12-year-olds. Typically the biggest class of the juniors we got. Sierra Haight's going to be over there in the Lucas Oil lane. She's out of Keystone Heights. Run up against Wyatt Hicks over here in Budweiser lane. He's out of Elkton, Florida. Okay, we got a red light start there for Sierra, and Wyatt Hicks is going to go through a little 9-10 at 70 miles an hour as Sierra went through with an 896 and 74. Molly Banker coming up next. She'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane, going up this Lincoln McMaster. He's over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Blake Jones coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Westcott Daniel over here in Budweiser lane. Coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane, coming up against Johnny Moxley over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, Cooks go to 124 reactions out of a 212 from Moxley. Cook goes through 886 and 72 and 889 and 73. That'll bring up Aaron Kennedy next. He's out of Middleburg. Go right up against Scarlett Hicks. She'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, Aaron goes through with a 891 at 71 miles an hour. As Hicks goes through with a 923 at 71. That'll bring up Xander Cook next. Then we're over here in the Lucas Oil lane, and he'll run up against Tanner Mockney from Dennis over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, 55 reaction time up for Mockney at 117 for Xander. Xander goes through with an 883 at 72 miles an hour. Mockney goes through with an 889 at 72. Carson Murphy coming up next, and we're over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Briella Browning over there in the Budweiser lane. here we go. We got car number 2946 coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Grayson Edelman over here in Budweiser lane. Okay, so we're going to go 50 flashing time there in Lucas Oil lane. A red line start for Edelman, 024. 926 at 68 miles an hour there in the Lucas Oil lane. 901 at 72 for Edelman. Okay, got our next car coming up over here. This is going to be car number 296G. Don't have the information on that just yet. And Matthew Peterson will run over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, so it looks like Peterson goes through first. He goes 796 at 80 miles an hour. He was 025 on the tree to an 841 at 74. All right, let's go bring up Curtis Peak. Go right over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Juliana Edelman will be over here in the Budweiser lane. Start there for Pete. Edelman's 025 on the tree. And that Pete goes through the 792 at 80 miles an hour, 796 and 79 for Edelman. Allison Reynolds coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She'll be running up against Hunter Dowling over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, attention to the pits, I need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator in lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Start making our way to the lanes. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles lane 7, please. start for Allison Reynolds, 100 Dowlings, 055 on the tree. And Reynolds goes through with an 802 at 80 miles an hour, 819 at 78 miles an hour for 100 Dowling. That's going to bring up car number 243 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. All right, once again, looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, with overflow 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, this is going to bring up car number 2943. Okay, 013 red over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And they go through the 810 at 78. All right, looks like that was the last of the juniors. So we'll be on hold here for just a few minutes while we try and get things ready here for round number 1. Have a couple cars, looks like we're going to run through real quick. This is Kurt Carlson coming up here. Okay, $1.09 reaction time there for Kurt. It was 491 at 143 miles an hour.
We'll be right back after these messages.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
All right, eliminations are coming up here real soon. Just bear with us. Again, we want to thank everyone joining on the Spot Motorsports Media. Today here at Gainesville Raceway, as we are in race number 11 of the Scorpion ET Bracket Series.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, while Corey's finishing up the crack crud, we're going to go through our usual ceremonies here. Of course, we want to thank all of our sponsors, of course, Scorpion Racing Products, Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Rollins Automotive, Allen Speed Machine. Thank those folks for their sponsorship. I want to thank Thomas Gaines for coming out today and taking pictures of you guys. So make sure you give it to Thomas so he can get you something nice to hang on the wall. Pit stops open up behind the main grandstand area, so if you're looking for something cool to drink or good to eat, you can get on back to the pit stop. All right, got that kind of stuff out of the way. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to ask you if you would please rise, remove your hats, and Mr. Bill Green is going to lead us in our invocation, and then we'll follow it up with our national anthem. So at this time, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you all, Mr. Bill Green.
Thank you, Rick. Would everybody please bow with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you, Lord, for the clear skies, Lord, and the breeze we have, Lord. Lord, I just thank you for the staff and crew here working hard to make this race happen. And Lord, I just thank you most of all for Jesus Christ. And Lord, I ask that you wrap your arms of safety around us. Lord, we ask your spirit to walk through each pit and speak to us as needed, Lord. And Lord, I pray for everybody that couldn't be here today for whatever reason, Lord, whether there's health, finances, travel, whatever it is, Lord, watch over them. Bring them back next time safely. Lord, again, we just thank you for Jesus dying for us on the cross. For us in his name we pray. Amen.
All right, thank you, Brother Green. Now our national anthem. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll be getting underway here in just a little bit. All right, just want to got a quick reminder here. Donuts for Dads is going on, and they got a pile of donuts down there. Not like some of us need them. But donuts for dads are going on, so let's go down there and get them, because the problem your kids are going to get into it. They'll be bouncing around out here like these. Yeah, I'm here. I know it is, and grandkids. All right, so donuts for dads. Down on the first floor of the tower. Dads, y'all head on down and get you some of them donuts. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Round number one. Ronald's Automotive Pro Eliminator category. We got Mark Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out in Callahan, Florida. And we're up against Rob Reynolds. I think he must be driving Dan Warren's truck. .639 is going to be the dial in for the driver out of Melbourne. Okay. Got a clean green light start, only 3,000 separated the two at the start, and at the stripe, it's going to be Reynolds getting the win right here. 640 on a 639 dial in. Good run there for him. The Horton slowed to 618 on his 611. That's Navishell coming up next. 750 is going to be the dial in for the electric Harley Davidson over here in the Budweiser in the Lucas Oil lane. And here we run up against Keith Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 672 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. And a red light start for Vance, 002, the reaction time for Keith Collins. Collins goes 674 on the 672 dial-in. Good run there for him. Ottershill, he ran that with a 003, went 751 on his 750. Andy Lindsay coming up next. 678 is going to be the dial-in for the Ford Mustang. Then we go up against Old Fireball. Here's Jeremy Davis over here in Budweiser lane. He's got a 583 dial-in on that motorcycle. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. Okay, we got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Andy Lindsay getting the win line here as he goes dead on 6. Picks up the win. Jeremy Davis goes out with a 592 on his 583. All right, drivers, remember, if you were a round one loser, you can come to the first floor of the tower and buy back into the event. So buyback's located on the first floor of the tower. There goes Big John Rollins. 599 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Nova. He is out of High Springs, Florida. Going up against Brandon Williams out of Bradenton. 744 the dial-in for the Pontiac Firebird. Red light start there for John Rollins. Going to give the automatic win here to Brandon Williams. Brandon goes 742 on his 44. John goes through with a 596 on his 599. John Landola coming up next. He's out of Gainesville, driving the 799 Pontiac Firebird. Then we're going up against Jim Atkins out of Holly Hill, Florida. 627 the dial in for the Chevy Nova. Okay, we got green light starts in both lanes. Only 10,000 separating the two at the start. That's going to be Landola getting the win right here. As he goes 840 on that 37 dial in. As Jim Atkins goes 632 on 627. Dustin Daniel coming up next. 658 is going to be the dial in on the S10 pickup. He's out of Lake Butler, Florida. Coming up against Jimmy Hodges over there in the Budweiser lane. 610 the dial in for the 75 Nova. Okay, we got a clean start for both drivers. And at the stripe, it's going to be Jimmy Hodges getting the win light here as he goes 613 on his 610 dial in. As Dustin Daniels went 661 on his 658. Tommy Borgia coming up next out of Dunellen, Florida. He's got a 767 dial in on the Ford Mustang. He'll run up against Lisa Remba over here in the Budweiser lane. 847 that's the dial in for the Barracuda. Okay, we got a clean start for both drivers. And Lisa Remba is going to get the red light here as he was 852 on his 847. He was 002 on a Christmas tree. As Tommy breaks out by 4 thousandths. Martin Hill coming up next. 657 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Middleburg. He'll run up against Lonnie Westbury out of Odom, Georgia. 786 the dial in for the Plymouth Duster. Okay, red light start there for Mark. Going to give Lonnie the automatic red light. Lonnie goes through the 783 on that 86 dial in. Mark goes dead on 2. Unfortunately, it was 008 red. John Dwayne coming up next. 602 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Steve Welsh over here in the Budweiser lane. 679 the dial in for the Duster out of Ocala.
Sorry for the camera wiggling around, but we got 12-mile-an-hour winds.
light start, 30 hundredths of a second separating the two in the starting line, and at the stripe, John Dwayne's going to get the win line here, 603 on his 602, as Steve Welsh breaks out by 12 thousandths. That's going to bring up George Emanuel next. He's out of High Springs, Florida. 752 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Nova. And we're up against Dan Salyers. Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. Got a 772 dial in on that 71 Monte Carlo. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like we got about 53,000 difference at the starting line. This is going to be George Emanuel getting the win light here. 757 on his 752 dial in. And Salyers goes out with a 776 against 772. Let's go Brad Bell Reisky next out of Lecanto, Florida, that 2000 Chevy Camaro. He's got a 628 dial in. He'll run up against Russell Morris over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 48,000 separated two in the starting line. And Stripe Morris is going to get the win line. All right, Mark Van Gillian coming up next. 665 is going to be the dial for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Roland Alford over here in Budweiser lane 723, so he's down there.
Bart's going to win that round as his competitor went red, giving him the automatic win.
All right, Paul Allen coming up next. 703 is going to be the dial in for the Maverick. Going up against, this might be Randy Webb over here in the Budweiser lane Carter. W280. He's got a 684 dial in. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. And at the stripe is going to be Paul Allen getting the win light here at 705 and his 703. He was 005 on the tree. And as the pickup truck breaks out by 4 thousandths. Mike Mockney coming up next. 632 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Jason Rollins coming up next over here in the Budweiser lane. 585 is going to be his dial in. He's out of High Springs, Florida. Okay, we got a clean green light start on the 10th now. Separates the two at the starting line. Here we go. Your strike. It's Mockney getting the win light here, dead on 9. As Jason goes out with a 585 lead on his 585 dial in. Bob Oxton coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 693 is going to be his dial in. We're going to get James Turner over there in the Budweiser lane. 738 is going to be the dial in for the 85 Mercury Capri. Okay, so one's pretty good, one's a little bit late. One's pretty good, just got the win light. Turner goes through the 746 on his 738 dial in. Oxton goes out with 701 on his 693. D. Lichty coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving the 69 Chevy Camaro. He's out of St. John's, Florida. He'll go up against Dick Webster over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Citrus Springs, Florida, driving the 73 Chevy Nova. He's got a 660 dialed in. Okay, one light's going to come on down there for D. Lacey as he goes 671 on that 664 dial in as Dick Webster bows out with a 656 on his 660 dial in. Kevin Roberts coming up next. 736 is going to be the dial in. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Mike French over here in Budweiser Lane. 633 is the dial in for the 65 Chevelle wagon. Okay, we got a big difference in the starting line here. Kevin Roberts is going to take advantage of that and get the win line. 742 on his 736 dial in. As Mike French goes dead on 6, but cannot get the win line to pop on. He was way behind on the Christmas tree. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 688 is going to be the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. He'll go up against Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane. 623 the dial in for the 68 Chevelle. He's out of Ocala. Okay, red line start there for French is going to give Gaffney the automatic win. Gaffney goes through the 687 on his 688 dial in. Chris went 624 on his 623. Rick Farrar coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Driving the 66 GTO. 651 is going to be the dial in. Then we go up against John Lee over here in the Budweiser lane. 640 is the dial in for the 87 Blazer. Okay, we got a green line start. Looks like 89 now. Somewhere to the starting line. And it's going to be Rick Farrar getting the red line here as he goes 656 on his 651 dial in. And John Lee goes 6843 on his 640 dial in. James Evans coming up next. 698 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll go up against Larry McClendon over here in the Budweiser lane. 688 is going to be the dial in for the 66 Plymouth. Red line start for Larry McClendon is going to give James Evans the automatic win. And James goes through with a 701 on his 698 dial in. McClendon went 692 on his 688. Dawson Bass coming up next. He's out of Jacksonville, Florida, the 95 Mustang. He'll run up against Travis Marchand over here in the Budweiser lane. Travis in the 69 Camaro. He's out of Keystone Heights. He's got 588 dialed in. And we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like 29 miles separated the two in the starting line. And Dawson Bass is going to get the win line here as he goes 722 on a 719 dial in. As Marchand breaks out by 9 thousandths. Scott DeLeon coming up next. He's got a 695 dialed in on the Malibu. He'll go up against Brendan George over here in the Budweiser lane. Driving the 68 Camaro. Looks like he borrowed his dad's car for today. Okay, so we got a clean green light start in both lanes. 18 now separates the two of the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be Scott DeLeon getting the win line here on a double breakout. He breaks out with the least amount. He'll be moving on into the next round. We'll bring up Kyle Cox next. 728 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Wallace Colson over here in the Budweiser lane. 668 the dial in. The Chevy Camaro out of Valdosta. Okay, it's going to be Colson getting the win line here as he goes 670 on a 68 dial in. His Cox goes out with a 731 on his 728. That's going to bring up Bill Green next. 605 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro. It's out of Ocala. They'll run against Lee Hauser over there in the Budweiser lane, 716 to 9 for the 71 Dodge Dart. All right, attention to bids, attention to bids. The Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Overflow will go to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. All right, here we go. We get a double red light start. Bill Green's going to get the win right here. As he was 005 red to 034 red. So Green gets the win light, moves on into round number 2. Ram Chad King next. 770 is going to be the dial in on the S10 pickup out of Gainesville. He'll go up against Ernie Renfro over there in the Budweiser lane. 665 the dial in for the 1970 Camaro. And red line start there for Chad Cade's going to give Ernie Renfro the automatic win. Chad goes 023 red, goes 772 on the 70 dial in. Ernie goes 666 on his 665. He was 072. All right, that's going to bring up the next pair. Is we're going to have Mike Zerl out of Rockledge, Florida. He'll be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 661 the dial in for the Malibu wagon. He'll go up against Rich Smith over here in the Budweiser lane. 850 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Okay, we got red line starts in both lanes. Looks like Mike Zerl is going to be the winner here. He was 079 red to 124 red for Smith. Curtis Beaton coming up next. 678 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Donnie Hutto will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 691 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Jessup, Georgia. Okay, we got a really nice start here. One's a 032, the other's a 150. And the red light's coming off from Curtis Beaton, 682 on his 678 dial in. As Hutto dials out with a 694 on his 691. Corky Bumpus coming up next, 672 the dial in for the Barracuda. Giving one up against Richard Lindsay there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 645 dial in. All right, so it looks like they're all staged up, ready to go. Corky's off and running. Here we go for Lindsay. And here we go to the strike. The red light's going to come on down there for Corky Bumpus. 673 on the 72 dial in. Good run there for him. So Lindsay goes dead on forward, but cannot get the wind light to come on as he was behind on the Christmas tree. Looks like 26,000. Aaron Reynolds coming up next, 621 to dial in for the S10 pickup. Going up against Mia Tadero. She'll be over here in Budweiser lane. 762 is her dial in. we go. We got it's like 23,000 every second starting line. This is going to be Lizard Arrow getting the win line here, 765 on her 62 dial in. Aaron goes 622 on a 21, but he's behind on the Christmas tree. Jeff Barrier coming up next, 774 is the dial in for the Dodge Charger out of Gainesville. And we're up against Tom Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. Tom with a 658 dial in for his Pontiac Trans Am. And red line start by Tom Courtney is going to get Barrier for the automatic win. Yeah, Courtney goes through the 650 on the 658 dial in. Barrier breaks out as well, 771 on his 774. Brett Donovan coming up next, 822 to dial in for the Chevy Malibu out of Jacksonville. We're going against Kenny Hires over here in Budweiser lane, 710 to dial in for the 81 C10 pickup truck. And at the stripe, it's going to be Hires getting the win line here, 715 on that 710 dial in. As Donovan goes 820 on his 822. Mike Young coming up next. 637 is going to be the dial in for the Show Quality Barracuda. And Henry Motor opening the hood. This is a nice car, folks. But I guess David Sandy over here in the Budweiser lane, 705 is his dial in.
All right, turns it red over there in the Lucas Oil lane, giving the win to the right lane. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a round one loser, you want to buy back into the event, you come down to the first floor of the tower, and buybacks will be located down there. Great cash. Jim Atkins coming up next. He's out of Holly Hill, Florida. 627 is going to be the dial in for the Nova. Going up against Robert Simpson over here in Budweiser lane. 764 is the dial in for Simpson. He's out of Jacksonville. And we got a clean start in both lanes. Looks like about 51 miles separating the two at the starting line. Simpson getting the win light. 767 on his 764. And as Atkins goes out with a 631 on his 627. All right, once again, we're looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. All right, so here we go with our Super Pro motorcycles.
Collins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 690 dialed in. He's out of Ocala. He'll run up against Dwayne Leachman. Leachman's out of Wildwood over here on the Budweiser side. He's got a 558 dialed in. And red line start there by Dwayne Leachman. It's going to get Bob Bugs the automatic win. And Bob goes through with a 714 on his 790 dial ins. Leachman breaks out with a 555 on his 558 as well. Wayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next. 582 is going to be the dial in here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Steve Breakstone out of Bradenton, Florida. 555 is his dial in. Alright, red line start there for Wayne Schmidt Jr. is going to give Steve Breakstone the automatic win. Breakstone goes dead on 2. Picks up the win. No 44 on the tree, but 46 now back together. Alright, looks like our wait and see buy run for Pro Eliminator in round 2 will be Keith Collins Jr. That'll bring up your next pair. We got John Up the Road coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 569 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Richard Holder over there in the Budweiser lane. Holder with a 552 dial in. He's out of Jacksonville. Alright, we got clean green light starts in both lanes. This is going to be Holder hitting the win light here on a double breakout as he breaks out by the least amount of the next round. All right, Larry Berger coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 719 is going to be the dial in for the Harley out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast. 562 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up here in the Budweiser lane. And we're going to clean green line starting both lanes. Looks like 33,000 separating the two at the starting line and the strike. Anthony Vieira is going to get the win line. He goes 563 on his 562 dial in. His Berger goes 733. 719. And Hodyshell coming up next. 751 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Vero Beach, Florida. Up against Fireball Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 584 dialed in. Okay, well, we got clean starts for both riders. And at the stripe, it looks like it's going to be Vance getting the win line here as he goes 752 on that 51 dial in. As Jeremy Davis slowed to a 608 on his 584. Roy Hagedorn coming up next. So this is going to be your buy run. All right, once again, Super Pro. You got lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. And Hagedorn goes through with a 563 on his 60 dial in. All right, attention to the pits. I need Junior Street. Start making your way to staging lane number 8, please. Junior Street. Start making your way into staging lane number 8. go back into our first round of Super Pro. This is Blind Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Alan Roush over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 618 the dial in for the 2000 S10 pickup out of Jacksonville. And we go up against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lane. 744 is his dial in. And we drop the Pontiac Firebird. Okay, 28 now, separates the two at the starting line. And then Stripe Alan Roush is going to get the win line here, 624 on a 618 dial in. He was 001 on the Christmas tree. Brandon was 747 on his 744. 69 ten thousandths of a second was your difference at the stripe.
Just bear with us as we lost the camera.
Out of Seville, Florida, the 89 Ford Mustang. And David Hicks will run over here in the Budweiser lane. 502 is going to be the dial in for the dragster. Red light start there by Tampa. It's going to give Hicks the automatic win. Hicks is 0-12 on the tree, goes dead on 6. He puts an 18 now back together. Good run there for him. Tampa went 570 on his 69 dial in. Tom Heath coming up next, 640 the dial in for the 68 GTO out of St. Augustine. He'll be going up against Jason Graham. Graham's out of Jacksonville on the 65 Chevy 2. Got a 570 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like we got 23,000 represent the starting line. This will be Jason Graham getting the win line here. 572 on a 570 dial in. Heath goes out with a 648 on his 640 dial in. Nick Brown coming up next. Here we are here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving his Chevy Camaro. And he's got a 606 dial in. Here went up against Mike Horizon over here in Budweiser lane. 664 is the dial in for the 65 Chevy 2. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Pro Bikes to lane 7, Pro Motorcycles lane 7, Sportsman, need Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, need you to lanes 5 and 6. Red light start there for Nick Brown. It's going to give Mike Horizon the automatic win. And Mike is doing the 667 on his 664 dial in. Brown went 608 on his 606. Brian Jones coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 465 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against James Hicks Jr. 509 will be his dial in. 10,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Hicks Jr. getting the win line here as he was 5'2" and it's 5'09". As Brian breaks out by 4 thousandths. Robert Ledbetter coming up next. 594 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He's out of Fort Pierce, Florida. He'll run up against Bruce Bennett. 564 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's over here in Budweiser Lane. All right, Ledbetter gets the win line here. 595 on a 94 dial in. Victor Adams coming up next. He's got a 651 dial in on his 89 Pontiac Firebird. He's out of Gainesville. They'll run up against David Harris over here in Budweiser Lane. Harris out of McLean, Florida. All right, Harris picked up the win there as he goes 486 on his 479 dial in. Barry Rowell coming up next. 586 is going to be the dial in for the Little Vega out of Georgia. Going up against Roland Alford over here in the Budweiser Lane. 723 is his dial in. Red line starting there for Cork. He's going to get the automatic win here to Barry Rowell. So Mark Watson just took the win light there over Derek Brewster. It's going to bring up Lou Galley. 562 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. He's out of Fort White. Running up against Bobby Trudell over here in the Budweiser Lane. 511 is his dial in. Trudell goes 513 on his 511 dial in. He was 002 on the tree. Gets the win line over Lou Galley. As Lou went 569 on his 562. And bring up Chad Kennedy next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 608 is his dial in. Going up against Trent Horton over here in Budweiser Lane. 493 is going to be his dial in. All right, got a green light starting both lanes, and Trent Horton's going to get the win light here as he goes 494 or 493. As Chad goes out 609 on the 608. coming up next, 443, 442 is going to be the dial in. He's going up against the Pontiac GTO over here. This is not in the system just yet. 486 is the dial in. Okay, we got a clean green line start. 12 now separates the two at the starting line at the stripes. Okay, here comes your next pair. Is we got car number 2011. That sounds like Lou Hawthorne's car out there. And Mark Daniels will be over here in Budweiser lane. Start over there on Lucas Toll lane. Mark Daniels showing you the 494 on his 493. All right, David Wright coming up next. He's out of Mills, Florida. 455 is going to be his dial in. Jim Trotter over there in Budweiser lane. He's got a 464 dial in. And we got a clean green line start. He's going to be Trotter getting the wing line here as he's dead on 4 with an 0.16 reaction time. As Wright goes dead on 9. He was 0.34. All right, Grayson Wright coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 496 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 451 is his dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. Grayson out of Middleburg. All right, we got a clean green light start. 17,000 separates the two in the starting line and the stripe. Kelly Hicks gets the win line here. 453 on his 451. His racing goes out with a 501 on his 496. John Connick coming up next. 719 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He's out of Ocala. Going up against Ari Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. 455 is going to be his dial in. Junior Street, y'all should be in lane 8. Junior Street should be in lane 8. Pro Bikes, y'all should be in lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Sportsman, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Okay, we got a green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. He's going to be Ari Kelly getting the win light here. He goes dead on 6, gets the win light here. Connick goes 722 on a 19 dial in. Connick was ahead on the Christmas tree, but behind at the stripe. And Oh, he got a 81 10,000 of a second difference at the finish line. Mike Fiddler coming up next. 644 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Ivy Hutto over there in Budweiser Lane. 598 is going to be the dial in for Chevy Camaro. And red light start there for Ivy Hutto is going to get Mike Miller the automatic win. And he goes through to 650 on his 644 dial in. That'll bring up Haley Wright. Haley's got a 512 dial in. She'll be over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. But up against Dan Warren out of Melbourne, Florida. He's got a 640 dial in on his S10 pickup. Red line started for Haley Wright. It's going to get Dan Warren the automatic win. Warren goes 642 on his 640 dial in. Haley went 510 or 512. John Dwayne coming up next. 602 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro out of Jacksonville. Going to go up against Zach Collins over here in Budweiser Lane. 624 the dial in for the 77 Vega. It's out of Citrus Springs, Florida. Okay, we got a clean green line start. Looks like we got about and John Dwayne's going to get the win line here. 603 on his 602 dial in. And Zach breaks out by 4 thousandths. Autumn DeRossette coming up next. 510 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Against Kurt Carlson over here in the Budweiser Lane. 491 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of St. Augustine. Identical reaction times. Both of them are 004. Here we go to stripe. It's going to be Autumn getting the red line here. She does 512 on a 510 dial in. As Carlson breaks out with a 489 and his 491. That'll bring up Adam DeRossette. He's got a 490 dial in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. Going against John Hamill. 511 will be the dial in for Hamill. He'll be over here in the Budweiser Lane. Okay, we got one of them is real good, one is real late. Adam DeRossette's going to get the win line here. He goes 499 with this 490 dial in. He was 009 on the tree. Hamill goes dead on 2. Can't get the win line to come on. He was taking a nap in the starting line. Brendan George coming up next. 488 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. And Gary Vasquez could be over here in the Budweiser Lane. He's got a 473 dial in. All right, 4,000 separates each other at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Brendan George getting the win line here as he goes 490 on that 488 dial in. It's Gary slow to a 484 on his 473. Shirley Powell coming up next, 660 the dial in for the 1970 Camaro out of Green Coast Springs. Going up against Mike Young over here in the Budweiser lane, 637 is the dial in for the Plymouth Barracuda out of Beverly Hills. And in the stripe, it's going to be Shirley Powell getting the win line here as he goes 660 on the 660 dial in. As Mike Young goes too quick, 635 on the 637. Okay, again, another dragster coming up here, car number 221D. Don't have that information handy just yet. I hope we'll have it here shortly. Keith Collins Jr. coming up next over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 559 dialed in.
All right, we're going to go side by side. I got to get ready for first round of competition. So go ahead and give you a heads up. After Super Pro.
All right, we got a claim green light start, 14,000 races to the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Keith Collins getting the win light here. He goes dead on 4 with an 0.14 reaction time. So a good run there for him.
Okay, just real quick, after Super Pro, it's going to be Junior Street,
Don Porter coming up
motorcycles,
Cocoa, Florida.
and then Sportsman.
Great out of Bradenton, Florida. All right, 22,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go at the stripe. It's going to be Steve Breakstone getting the win line here, 557 on that 555 dial in. And his Porter breaks out with a 444 on his 447. That'll bring Scott Gibson next. 462 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Sanford, Florida. Then we're going up against Alan Roush over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Jacksonville, 618 the dial in. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Alan Roush getting the red line here, 620 on his 618 dial in. As Gibson goes through with a 463 on his 462. Dave Demarest coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Bobby Trinnell over here in the Budweiser lane. 509 is his dial in. Okay, we got a double red line start. Bobby Trinnell's going to get the win line here as he goes through a 510 on his 509. And Dave Demarest went 479 on his 479. All right, Mark Orton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 635 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll be going up against Jason Graham over here in the Budweiser lane. 570 is his dial in. Big wheels up, start there for Jason Graham. Red light start there for Horton. Graham gets the red light as he goes through with a 569 on his 570 dial in. Mike Bonacci coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 501 is going to be his dial in. Randy Banger will be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 463 dialed in. All right, April Prince coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 626 dialed in on her S10 pickup. Mike Gaffney's over here in the Budweiser lane. 687 is going to be his dial in. Okay, win line's going to come on down there for April Prince. She goes 626 on her with a 0 on her 626 dial in with a 007 reaction time. She put a 7th down back on the board as Mike Gaffney bows out as he breaks out by 1/1000 of a second, but he was behind on the Christmas tree with 023 or 007. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. 615 is going to be the dial in. Here we're going up against Brian Jones over there in the Budweiser lane. go into Junior Street. And looks like Travis Britt Jr. will be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1036 to dial in. Against Colson Haight over here in the Budweiser lane. 1108 is going to be his dial in. All right, win line is going to come on down there for Colson Haight. He goes 11-11 on that 1108 dial in. As Travis goes through with a 1041 on his 1036. Brooklyn Collins coming up next. 652 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Hunter Dowling will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 11 flats his dial in. All right, attention to the pits. Junior dragsters. 6 to 9 year olds need you in lane 8. 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8. Junior dragsters. 10 to 12 year olds need you on lane 2. 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters. Start making your way to the lanes, please. All right, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane, going up against John Upthrow over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And it's going to be Schmidt getting the win right here, 9:32 on his 9:17 dial in. As Upthrow slowed to a 10:93 on his 8:65. Chuck Ward coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane, 9:99 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Bob Moats over here in the Budweiser lane, 11 flat is his dial in. Alright, Bob Moats gets the win line here as he goes 11:15 on that 11 flat dial in. As Chuck slowed to a 10:77 on his 9:99 dial in. Vance Howdeshell coming up next out of Bureau Beach on the electric Harley Davidson. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll up against Richard Holder out of Jacksonville. 8:10's going to be the dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, look for junior dragsters. Junior dragsters to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the lanes. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older, lane 1. Junior dragsters. All right, so it looks like it's going to be a competition bye here for Vance. I believe this is a newer bike here that Richard's working with. Trying to get some bugs worked out of it. Sportsman, and we got John Lambdola coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1311 is going to be the dial in on the Pontiac Firebird. And we run up against Brett Veneman over here in the Budweiser lane. 1280 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. Okay, so we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like we're going to have about 44 thousandths of a second difference in the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for John Lambdola on a 1313 on a 1311 dial in. Good run there for him. As Venom breaks out with a 1273 on his 1280. Chris Courtney coming up next. 1104 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. He's out of Gainesville. He'll go up against Blake Scott out of Pinetta, Florida. 1102 the dial in for the 2017 Dodge Challenger. All right, 19,000 separates the two in the starting line. And it's going to be Blake Scott getting the win light here as he goes 1103 on his 1102 dial in. Chris Courtney goes 1106 on his 1104. Alvin Rollins coming up next, 1163 to dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll go up against Steven Strickland over here in the Budweiser lane. 1172 is the dial in for the 2013 Chevy Camaro. All right, so let's see here. It looks like Alvin Rollins is going to get the win light here as he goes dead on one with an 018 reaction time. He put a 19,000 back together. Strickland was 146. He didn't even have a shot. 1178 on his 1172. Dawson Bass coming up next. 1230 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Jeff Barrier over here in the Budweiser lane. Red line start by Barrier is going to give Dawson Bass the automatic win. And Dawson Bass gets the win light here, 1139 on his 1130 dial in as Barrier turned on the red light and broke out. Jay Dickinson coming up next. 1740 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup. He'll be going up against Christopher Lagana out of Wearsdale, Florida, in his 67 Camaro. He's got a 1311 dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like about 14,000 separating the two at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. The win light's going to come on down there for Christopher Lagana as he goes 1312 on his 1311 dial in. As Jay Dixon slowed to a 1748 on his 1740 dial in. Monica Roberts coming up next. 1253 is going to be the dial in for the 95 Camaro. Showing up against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser lane. 1213 is the dial in for the Infinity out of Gainesville. All right, so we got a clean green light start, only 2,000 separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win light's going to come on down there for Monica Roberts. She goes through with a 1254 on her 53 dial in. His Harsh breaks out with a 1204 on his 1213 dial in. Jen Robart's coming up next. 1288 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Showing up against Dan Salyers. Salyers with a 1228 dial in with a 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reddick. All right, once again, we had them donuts for Dads going on down the first floor of the Tommy Tower. So, Dads, you didn't get a chance to get your donut, get those. Need little sugar picks, head on down there and they'll get you fixed up. Salyers turns on the red light, going to give the automatic win here to Jen Robarts. And at the stripe, Robarts goes through with a 1296 on her 1288. Salyers breaks out with a 1222 on a 1228. Chad King coming up next. 12:19 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. He'll run up against Dylan Albert out of Middleburg. 12:36 is the dial in. 12:39 the dial in for the 2001 Pontiac. Okay, looks like we got about 18 now. Separate the two at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. Here, Whitlight's going to come on down there for Chad King as he goes 12:30 on that 12:19 dial in. As Dylan slowed to a 12:58 on his 12:39. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 11 flat's going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. He'll go up against Bart Van Gillian over here in the Budweiser lane. 12:53 is the dial in for the Corvette. Okay, we got a 20 green light start here. It's like 22 foul difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The wind light's coming on down there for Bart Van Gillian as he goes 12:55 on a 12:53 dial in. And his Hoxton goes 11:06 on his 11 flat. Robert Simpson coming up next. 12:07 is his dial in on the Nova out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Mitch Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane, 13:57 the dial in for the Dodge Charger out of Stark. And I want to thank Mitch for doing the on-the-spot motorsports live stream of our events here. And we've got red light starts in both lanes, but it looks like Mitch Gunner will get the red light here as he hit the better of the two red lights. And Mitch goes dead on one. Good run there for him. Simpson went 12:11 on his 12:07. Andy Byron coming up next for Kenny Hires. to our junior dragsters, and we've got Kylie Moneybags Motley coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of track. 1196 is going to be the dial in. Going against Hudson Nats over here in the Budweiser lane. 1395 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Gainesville. All right, we're off and running. It looks like we have now 13,000 separating the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Hudson Nats picking up the win line here. 1401 and his 1395 dial in. As Kylie goes out with 1207 on her 1196. All right, Sierra Hayden over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, but I'm just Wyatt Higgs over here in the Budweiser lane. Sierra's going to get the win light. She goes through with a 905 on her 897. Okay, here we go for round two. Byron's Junior Street, round two. Byron's going to go to H205. Pro Bikes 225 will be the Byron. Sportsman, round two, Byron will go to car 2455. Super Pro Bikes lane gear round two, Byron's going to be 2251. And Super Pro round two, Alan Roush E287X will be the Byron. All right, Aaron Kennedy coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Grayson Edelman over here in the Budweiser lane. Edelman with a 9 flat dial in. 894 is the dial in for Aaron. Okay, Aaron Kennedy's going to get the win line here on a double red line start. And he goes through the 9 flat on his 894 dial in as Grayson goes 907 on his 9 flat dial in. Okay, here we go as we got Blake Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 896 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Tanner Mockley over here in the Budweiser lane. 891 is going to be his dial in. All right, we got a 20-pound difference at the starting line. And the wind line's going to come on there for Tanner Mockley. He goes dead on 9, gets the wind line. As Blake breaks out with an 893 on his 896 dial in. That'll bring up Ryan McCook next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 893 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Scarlett Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 923 will be her dial in. All right, so we got a clean green light start from both drivers. And it's going to be Ryan Cook getting the wind light here as he goes 9 flat on his 893 dial in. And Scarlett goes 923 dial in. Weston Daniel coming up next. 891 is going to be the dial in here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Briella Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. 902 is going to be her dial in. So we got a clean green light start. One of them's real good, one of them real late. Well, the one that was late just won. The one that was real good couldn't run the number and loses. So Weston Daniel goes 894 on his 891. He'll get the win line. As Browning slowed to a 934 on her 902. Johnny Moxley coming up next. 893 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 895 dialed in. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like we have about 38,000 separated the two at the starting line and the stripe. Red line's coming off from Lincoln McMaster, 896 on an 895 dial in, as Moxley breaks out with an 888 on his 893. Xander Cook coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 894 is going to be his dial in. And he'll be going up against car number 2946. 933 is going to be the dial in over here in Budweiser lane. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you back in lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. It's going to come on down there for Xander Cook on a double breakout. He went 892 with a 6 on his 894 dial in. As the Budweiser lane went through the 925 on his 933 dial. Molly Banger coming up next. 890 will be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Carson Murphy there in the Budweiser lane. 909 will be the dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start here. One's good, one's a little late. Let's see how this works out. As wind light comes off for Molly Banger. All right, once again, we're looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator in lanes 1 and 2 with overflow 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2, overflow 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles need you to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes lane 7. All right, Allison Reynolds coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 805 is going to be the dial in. We're going to get some Juliana Edelman. She got a 798 dialed in. And the wind light's going to come on down there for Allison Reynolds. She is doing the 806 on an 805 dial in. Curtis Pete coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is going to be the dial in. His Hunter Dowling over here in the Budweiser lane. 820 is going to be his dial in. All right, your red light's coming on down there for Curtis Pete. He is in 8 platinum and 790 dial in. Hunter Dowling goes through with an 827 on his 820. Now bring up your next pairs. We got car number 2945 coming up over here to Lucas Oil Lane. 815 is going to be the dial-in. Going against Gavin Giddings over here in the Budweiser lane on the Callahan. 840 is going to be the dial-in. Red light start there for Gavin Giddings. Is going to get the automatic win here to the Lucas Oil lane. And they go through with an 819 on that 815 dial-in. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Lee Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles need you to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes lane 7. All right, once again, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator overflow goes to 3 and 4. All right, here we go back into the junior dragsters. This is going to be the older kids. Cameron Rich going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 799 is going to be the dial-in. Going against Matthew Peterson over here in the Budweiser lane. 798 is going to be his dial-in. All right, win light came on there for Matthew Peterson on a red light start by Cameron Rich. We got Kenny Hires going to get a rerun here. Had a little computer glitch on his earlier, so he was the bye run earlier in Sportsman. All right, so here we go. We got Kenny Hires. He's out of Hawthorne. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 1110 dialed in. All right, so Kenny's going to go through with a 1122 on his 1110 dial in. All right, once again, looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles need you to staging lane number 7, please. Super Pro Motorcycles need you to come to staging lane number 7, please.
while we're touching up the racetrack, I need Pro ET lanes 3 and 4 as we have 1 and 2 pretty jammed up back there. Pro ET lanes 3 and 4 for round number 2, please. Rollins Automotive Speed and Custom. Pro ET lanes 3 and 4. Just look for John Lamondola in the pineapple shirt. You'll find lanes 3 and 4. See? So Corey's going to touch up the racetrack a little bit. Now's a good time to go visit the concession stand, get yourself something good to eat or drink. Make sure you go back there in lane number 8, check out the brand new Flying Brian trailer sales display unit. I hear he has some cold water back there in case you happen to forget some. He does not have spare voices though, Rick. I'm sorry. He said he was fresh out. But it looks like Rick and I may trade the microphone back and forth here a little bit. So we're in round 2. Hopefully you got all your bad vibes and red lights and juju out on round number 1, because this is 2 go down and 1 comes back. We start cutting them in half, and we started with over 60 cars in Pro ET, over 60 cars in Super Pro, and healthy fields in the rest. We appreciate everybody coming out here on what has been a beautiful Saturday, the first Saturday of June. But we will get underway here in just a little bit as Corey completes his work. Once again, we need Super Pro Motorcycle, lane number 7, as I start to get some of you. Super Pro Bike, brought to us by Allen, the Speed Machine Shop. Super Pro Bike, lane 7, please, for round number 2.
All right, once again, I need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2 with overflow 3 and 4. Looks like most of you guys are in the lanes. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to staging lane number 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, staging lane 7, please. All right, once again, we'll take a minute here to thank the sponsors that help bring these events to us. Scorpion Racing Products. They're based out of Ocala down there, so we appreciate them. They do a lot of valve train, rocker arms, stuff like that. Flying Brian Trailer Sales. Flying Brian's got a display unit out there that Derek was talking about a little bit ago, so if you need any of your racing car trailers or any other type of trailer set up, check Flying Brian. Rollins Automotive. Jason and the gang over there off 441 there in Gainesville takes care of all your speed parking needs. Plus, he does a little mechanic work in the background back there. So, you'll get with Jason if you need some work done back there. Allen Speed Machine Shop over here in Jacksonville. They do a great job with a bunch of different parts and accessories. So, make sure you patronize those folks. We appreciate them. looks like the track prep is ready to go, so we should be getting back underway here in the next couple minutes with our Pro Eliminator round number 2.
I'm sorry, we've done about everything that we can to help that camera stay still. Still wobbling a little bit with 15 to 18 mile an hour winds, blowing straight down the track. Again, I want to thank everyone joining on the Spot Motorsports Media, either on Facebook or YouTube today, for the Gainesville Raceway Scorpion ET Bracket Series. This is race 11 on the schedule, and race 12 is tomorrow. Go ahead and give you a little update. Paige Coughlin will be joining us this Thursday night on the 6th of June. We're going to talk a little bit about Street Outlaws and No Prep Kings and talk how she got started in the series.
Round number 2 of Pro Eliminator. We got Andy Lindsay coming up over here to Lucas Oil Lane. 678 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He's out of Alachua. They go up against Amber Max over here in the Budweiser lane. 675 to dial in for the S10 pickup. She's out of Gainesville. Okay, red line start there by Amber Mass is going to give Andy Lindsay the automatic win line. Andy's 009 going to get 681 on his 678 dial in. Amber got 677 on her 675. All right, John Dwayne coming up next. 602 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll be going up against Rob Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 641 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. Okay, looks like 11,000 separates these two at the starting line. Here we come to the stripe. Win line's coming on for John Dwayne. He goes dead on 5 with a 004 reaction time. He puts a 9-pound pack together. Rob Reynolds breaks out 640 with a 441 dial in. Bart Van Gillian coming up next. 667 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lane. 747 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. All right, 3,000 separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Bart getting the win line here as he goes dead on 1, picks up the win. Brandon goes dead on 4. All right, Dance Howdishaw coming up next. 752 is going to be the dial in for the Electric Harley over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Here we go up against Fireball. Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 585 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. Red light comes on for Vance. As Jeremy Davis is going to get the red light 591 on his 585. That'll bring up Big John Rollins. Next, 599 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Nova. He's out of Gainesville. Going up against Jim Adkins out of Holly Hill, Florida. 632 the dial in for the Chevy Nova. Okay, 19,000 separates the two of the starting line. And it's going to be John Rollins getting the win line here as he goes 601 on that 599 dial in. As Jim Atkins breaks out with a 628 on his 632 dial in. Mel Reisky coming up next, 632 the dial in for the 2000 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Lecanto. Going against Dan Salyers. 772 is going to be the dial in for the Monte Carlo. He's out of Redding, Florida. Okay, so we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And the win light's going to come on down there for Salyers as he goes 775 on his 772. Mel goes dead on 4, but cannot get the win light to come on. Salyers was 062, Mel was a 146 on the reaction time. Paul Allen coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 705 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Brendan George over here in the Budweiser lane. 687 is going to be the dial in. And the red light start there for Brendan George. Going to get Paul Allen the automatic win. And Paul goes 705 with a 1 on his 705 dial in. That'll bring up George Emmanuel next. He's got a 755 dialed in. He's out of High Springs, Florida. He'll run up against Jimmy Hodges over here in the Budweiser lane. 608 is his dial in. He's from Middleburg. Red light starting for George Emmanuel is going to give Jimmy Hodges the automatic win. Jimmy goes through the 909. His 908 dial in. Jimmy was also 001 on the tree. Martinell coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 657 is going to be the dial in for the S10 out of Middleburg. He'll go up against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. French with a 633 dial in that 65 Chevelle wagon. All right, 31,000 difference in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be French getting the win line here. 636 on his 633 dial in. As Mark goes out with a 659 on his 657. Reed Farrar coming up next. 651 is going to be the dial in for the 66 GTO. He's out of Jacksonville. Going up against Chris French. He's out of Ocala, the 68 Chevelle. 623 is his dial in. Okay, 10,000 separates the two in the starting line. And it's going to be Reed Farrar getting the red light here. As he goes 654 on his 651 dial in. As Chris French slowed to a 636 on his 623. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 696 is going to be the dial in for the S10-C10 pickup. He'll go against Travis Marchand in his 69 Camaro. All right, so you got 75,000 difference in the starting line. This is going to be Travis Marchand getting the win line here. So he goes 588 when he is 586. All right, Mike Montney coming up next. 633 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Then we got up against Lonnie Westbury out of Odom, Georgia. 783 is going to be the dial in for the Plymouth Duster. Okay, we got a clean green light start. Looks like about 62,000 second difference. And the win light's coming off for Mike Montney as he goes through with a 638 and a 699. All right, Corky Bumpus coming up next. 672 is going to be the dial in for the Barracuda. Here we go against Roland Alford. 728 is going to be his dial in the 90 S10. That red light start there on Corky is going to give Roland Alford the automatic win. And he goes through with a 731. All right, Tommy Borgia coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 765 is the dial in for the Mustang out of Danella. And up against James Turner over here in the Budweiser lane. 740 the dial in for the 85. Okay, so pitch does not break out, or Turner didn't break out. He went 7 for you get on a red light, so Tommy Borgia is going to get the red light. Mike Gaffney coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 686 the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He'll be going up against D. Lichty over here in the Budweiser lane. 666 is his dial in. Okay, we got 9/10 of a second. Hundredths of a second difference. And it's going to be Mike Gaffney getting the win line here, 687 on his 686 dial in. As D. Lichty goes dead on one, but can I get it to come on as he's behind on the Christmas tree? I know 61 to an 011. Dawson Bass coming up next. $721 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Larry McClendon over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Budweiser lane. 686 is going to be the dial in for the 66 Plymouth. And red light start there for McClendon. It's going to give Dawson Bass the automatic win. And Bass goes through the 720 on his 721. Larry went 690 on the 689. Kevin Roberts coming up next. The classic 69 Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Matching up against Mike Young over here in the Budweiser lane. And his Barracuda. Both these cars can pick up trophies in a car show, folks. They are that nice. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. And it's going to be Kevin Roberts doing the win line here, 742 on a 740 dial in. As Young goes out with a 638 on his 635. Steve Welsh coming up next. 679 is going to be the dial in for the 75 Duster. He's out of Ocala. Going up against Wallace Colson out of Valdosta, Georgia. 668 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And a red light start there for Colson. Going to give the automatic win here to Steve Welsh. Looks like Colson may have left before the tree even activated. All right, that's going to bring up Phil Green next. All right, Phil Green in the 68 Camaro. He's got a 603 dialed in, going up against Leah Tadero over here at the Budweiser lane. Leah with a 762 dialed in from her 74 Chevy van. Red light start by Leah is going to give Phil Green the automatic win. Green goes through with a 604 and his 603 dial in. Scott DeLeon coming up next. The 693 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. He'll be going up against Lee Hauser. Hauser's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida, in the 71 Dodge Dart. He's got a 720 dial in. All right. Red light start by Lee Hauser is going to give Scott DeLeon the automatic win. He goes through with a 697 from his 693. Dustin Daniel coming up next. He's out of Lake Butler, Florida. 660 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. He'll be going against John Landola over here in the Budweiser lane. 837 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. You ready to start making your way into the station lanes 1 and 2, please? Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Let's get ready to start making our way into lanes 1 and 2. Mike Zerl coming up next. He's out of Rockledge, Florida. 662 is going to be the dial in for the 81 Chevy wagon. He'll go up against Brett Benneman over here in the Budweiser lane. 812 is going to be the dial in for the Chevrolet. And it looks like we got about 4,000 separates the two in the starting line. Should be pretty close. It's going to be Brett Benneman getting the win line here. 818 on his 812 dial in. And Zerl goes out with a 668 on his 662. Jeff Barrier coming up next, 771 the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He'll be going against Ernie Renfro over here in the Budweiser lane. Ernie with a 666 dial in on his 1970 Chevy Camaro. All right, once again, call Super Pro. Super Pro, get you to the lanes. Super Pro, get you to the lanes. Come on down, lanes 1 and 2. Okay, red light start by Barrier gives the automatic win here to Ernie Renfro. David Zinke coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the tracks. 707 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going against Russell Morris over here in the Budweiser lane. 695 is going to be the dial in for the 87 Oldsmobile. Okay, red line start there for Russell Morris is going to give the automatic win here to David Zink. Zink goes through with a 709 on his 707 dial in. All right, it's going to bring up Mark Horton next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving the Chevy Camaro. And Jason Rollins will be over here in the Budweiser lane in his Chevy Nova. All right, Horton with a 640 reaction dial in. Rollins with a 586. That red line light start here by Jason Rollins. He's going to get Mark Horton the automatic win. Jason goes dead on two as Horton broke out with a 636 on his 640 dial in. Curtis Peak over here on Lucas Oil side of the track going against Lee Zaremba over here in the Budweiser lane. Zaremba's going to get the win light here as he goes through the 856, 51 on his 847 dial in. Aaron Reynolds coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track going against the pickup truck over here in the Lucas Oil in the Budweiser lane. This is W280. He's got a 684 dialed in. Red line start over here in the Budweiser lane is going to give Aaron Reynolds the automatic win light. Aaron goes through the 619 on that 621 dial in. That'll bring up Rich Smith next. 850 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Richard Lindsay over here in the Budweiser lane. 645 is going to be his dial in. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes. One of them was really tardy, and that was not Richard Lindsay. Lindsay's going to get the win light here, 666 on his 645 dial in, and Smith goes out with his 865 on his 850 dial in. Tom Courtney coming up next. 650 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going against Robert Simpson over here in the Budweiser lane. 766 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Nova. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go. The strike is going to be Robert Simpson getting the win line here, 773 on his 776 dial in. Courtney goes out with a 654 on his 650. Donnie Hutto coming up next. 691 is going to be the dial in for the Mercury Comet out of Jessup, Georgia. Going up against James Evans over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Jacksonville. He's got a 7 flat dialed in. Red light start here by Donnie Hutto is going to give James Evans the automatic win. And Evans goes through the 703 on his 7 flat dial in. Hutto goes 696 on that 691. Okay, that'll bring up your next pair as we're going to have Jim Adkins over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 630 is the dial in for the Nova out of Holly Hill, Florida. Coming up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. Hires out of Hawthorne, Florida. He's got a 712 dialed in. All right, once again, Super Pro. Super Pro, these are lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Okay, well, light's going to come on that after Jim Atkins. Ooh, what we got going on? Something flapping around down there on Myers' truck. so it looks like maybe part of Hire's hood or something came loose down there, was flopping around in the breeze. So we may just want to go down and check things out real quick, just to make sure there is no debris down on the raceway.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
And that's what is the delay, as the right side of the hood started to come up. Thankfully, it did not completely come off the truck. Hopefully, he can find a way to MacGyver it back together for Sportsman round number 2. But unfortunately, it looks like he may have lost a couple of pieces. So we are just making sure the right lane is completely clean and ready to go before we send our final pair of Rollins Automotive Speed Custom Pro ET down for round number 2. So we appreciate everybody's patience. We will be back at it here in just a few minutes.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
All right, well, the first time we said it, he was in the car, so it might have been possible that he couldn't celebrate and hear it, but happy birthday, Bobby Turnell. He is 21 years young, plus or minus a few. I've been told that they will have cake available at their pit area, so just look for the balloons and the excess sugar, and that's where you find it. So, Bobby, happy birthday. Hopefully you have a little birthday luck here today.
All right, looks like we got it all clear, so we're getting ready to get back underway here. We've got Dwayne Schmidt Sr. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 703 is going to be dialed in on the Nova. Going against Keith Collins over here in Budweiser lane. 675 is going to be dialed in. The S10 pickup truck. Okay, Keith Collins going to get the win line here, 685 on that 675 dial in. Schmidt goes out with the 712 on his 703. All right, so it looks like that wraps up round number 2 of the Rawls Automotive Pro Eliminator category. As we get ready to go over here to the Super Pro Motorcycles round 2. All right, here we go, round number 2 of the Super Pro Motorcycles. We got Steve Breakstone coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 555 is going to be his dial in. Then we're going against Anthony Maera out of Palm Coast. 567 is going to be the dial in. He'll be over here in Budweiser Lane. Okay, we got a clean start, 61 mile difference at the starting line at the stripe. Your win line's coming off of Breakstone. You see his 557 on his 555 dial in. Anthony broke out with a 565 on his 567. That's Havishell coming up next out of Vero Beach on that electric Harley Davidson. Got 751 dial in. Over up against Roy Hagedorn over here at Budweiser Lane. 564 is the dial in for Roy out of Venice, Florida. And we have a clean start for both drivers. One of them real good. And that's the one that just won the race. Roy Hagedorn gets the win line here, 573 on a 64 dial in. He was 004 on the tree. Vance breaks out with a 748 on that 751. Larry Berger coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, 720. It's going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Dwayne Leachman over here in Budweiser Lane. Leachman with a 556 dial in. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. Okay, well, Leachman got this one in the bag. He goes 571 on his 56 dial in. His Larry Berger did not have a good run. He went 982 on his 720. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 578 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Tom Moats over here in the Budweiser Lane. 705 is going to be his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green line starting both lanes. Looks like about 8 miles separates the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And your win line comes on in there for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. He goes 582 on his 578 dial in. His thumb goes out with a 712 on a 705. John Up the Road coming up next. 565 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Keystone Heights. And going up against Fireball, Jeremy Davis over here in Budweiser Lane. He's got a 585 dial in. Okay, we got a clean green line start. Looks like pretty close there at the starting line in the stripe. This will be Jeremy Davis getting the win line here as he is 589 on his 585 mile in. Up the middle, 596 on his 565. And your buy run coming up here for Richard Holder. 552 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Jacksonville. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Junior Street, the lane 8, please. Junior Street, need you to staging lane number 8. Sportsman, let's start making our way back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, start making our way into lanes 5 and 6. All right, Holder's off and running. He goes 554 and his 552 dial in. All right, here we go into Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. All right, attention to the pits, Junior Street, need you back to lane staging lane 8, please. Junior Street, need you back to staging lane number 8. Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, Jeff Tapman over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 569 dial in going against Alan Roush there in the Budweiser lane with his 5.619. Red line comes on for Alan Roush, 623 on his 619 dial in. His Tapman goes out 576 on his 569. Bubba Hawthorne coming up next. 442 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's out of Mims, Florida. Going against the birthday boy, Bobby Trudell, over here in the Budweiser lane. 510 is the dial in. He's out of Fort Wayne, Florida. All right, they're dead even on the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Hawthorne getting the win line here, 443 on a 442 as Tranel breaks out by 9 thousandths. That'll bring up Ivy Hodo. 602 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro. Go right up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 502 dial in. All right, we got a clean start, 15,000 separated the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Hicks in the mid line, 503 on the 502. Hodo runs dead on with a 4, but cannot get the win line to come on. 70 10,000ths of a second, which is the difference in the stripe. David Wright coming up next. He's out of Mims, Florida. 456 is going to be the dial in. Go right up against James Hicks Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 510 is the dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. All right, 16,000 races to the starting line. Here we go to strike. The win line comes on for Hicks. 5'11" on a 5'10" dial in. Good run there for James Hicks. That's right, goes out with a 457 on his 456. Dave Demarest coming up next. 480s to dial in for the dragster over here for Fort McCoy. Going up against Jason Graham over here in Budweiser lane. 569s to dial in for the 65 Chevy 2 out of Jacksonville. Red line started by Jason Graham. Was going to get Dave Demarest the automatic win line. Demarest goes in the 480 dial in. And Graham wins 571 on a 569. All right, another Ram dragster number 2011. I believe that might be Lou Hawthorne over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 441 is going to be the dial in. They're going up against David Harris over here in the Budweiser lane. 479 is going to be the dial in for Harris. Red line start there in the Lucas Oil lane is going to get David Harris the automatic win. Harris goes 481 on his 479. And the Lucas Oil lane went 448 on 441. Okay, I believe this is Billy Dunn coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 469 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Bruce Bennett over here in Budweiser lane. 565 is going to be his dial in. Okay, we got a clean start both lanes. Looks like about 8 miles separated the two of the starting line and the straight. And Billy Dunn getting the win line here, 477 on his 469 dial in. As Brennan goes out with a 578 on his 565. Flying Brian Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 465 dialed in. He'll be going up against Roland Alford over here in the Budweiser lane, rolling with a 730 dialed in. All right, looks like we got about 7 miles separated to the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Brian Jones getting the win line here as he goes dead on with a 6. He was 003 on the tree, put a 9 thou pack together. Alford was 010, went 732 on a 730. John Connick coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 721 is going to be the dial in for the Monza. Going up against Brendan George over here in Budweiser lane. 486 is his dial in. Okay, we got a 35,000 difference at the starting line at the stripe. Connick's going to get the win line here as he goes 001 on the reaction time, 10 on 1, puts a 2 thou pack together. Brendan George was 036, he didn't have a shot. He went dead on with an 8. John Dwayne coming up next. 602 is going to be the dial in. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run up against Mark Watson over here in the Budweiser lane. 599 is the dial in for the Pontiac Transmission Trans Am. Red line start by John Dwayne. It's going to give Mark Watson the automatic win. All right, Mike Fiddler coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going up against Brandon Williams over here in Budweiser lane. And the win line's coming on down there for Brandon Williams. Is a red line start for Fiddler. That'll bring up Robert Ledbetter next. 595 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Go right up against Kelly Hicks over here in Budweiser lane. 453 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Elkton, Florida. Okay, we got a clean green line start, 4,000 separated the two at the starting line. It's going to be Kelly Hicks getting the win line here, 454 and a 453. That better breaks out with a 592 against 595. All right, so it looks like we're going to have competition second here. It looks like Dan Warren had some issues with the S10. They were a bunch of drivers out there frantically trying to help him get it going. And it looks like we now have some fluid leaking out of it. And it's smoking out there pretty good there for just a little bit. It looks like maybe some wiring or something got lit up. But they were doing everything they could to try and get him out there before. So They'll take it back to the pit, see if they can get it fixed, and be ready for next time. And in the meantime, that's going to bring up Derek Brewster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 9:30 is his dive. And Brewster goes dead on 9. So good run there for Derek Brewster. All right, need Pro Bikes. Pro Bikes, need you to staging lane number 7, please. Pro Motorcycles, need you to staging lane number 7. All right, here we go. We got Chad Kennedy coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane 609. It's going to be the dial in. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. And we're up against Mark Daniels over here in Budweiser lane. 494 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Jacksonville. All right, once again, look for the Pro Bikes. Pro Bikes, need you to lane 7. Pro Bikes, reach back to lane 7, please. Come on, guys. Okay, we're in a clean green light start. There we go, the strong win line's coming on for Chad Kennedy as he goes dead on 5 with a 0.14 reaction time. That's 19 now back together. Mark Daniels was dead on 8, but he was 0.61. Grayson Wright coming up next. 499 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Goes up against Zach Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 623 is the dial in for the 77 Vega. He's out of Citrus Springs, Florida. All right, got a 21,000 represented starting line. The stripe, Zach Collins is going to get the win line here as he goes 624 with a 23 dial in. Grayson Wright goes out with a 507 on his 499. Grayson actually had a perfect reaction time, just couldn't make it work. Tom Heath coming up next. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida, in the 68 GTO. 648 is going to be his dial in. Then we're going up against Chuck Trotter over here in the Budweiser lane. 464 is going to be his dial in. Okay, looks like that 9,000 separates to the starting line, and it's going to be Tom Heath getting the win line here, 650 on the 648 9 Good run there for him. Chuck Trotter went 468 on his 464. Jordan Prince coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the tracks. 466 is going to be the dial in. Chili going up against Brett McDaniel over here in the Budweiser lane. 488 is going to be his dial in. All right, 1,000 separates us to the starting line, and it's going to be Brett McDaniel getting the win line here as he goes 488 with a 3 on his 488 dial in, as Jordan Prince goes 468 on her 466. Nick Brown coming up next. 609 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against A.J. Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. 455 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Jacksonville. Clean starts in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be A.J. Kelly hitting the win line here, 457 on that 455 dial in. Nick Brown goes dead on 3, but cannot get the job done. He was 081. Nick Kelly is 002. Scott Gibson coming up next, 469 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Sanford, Florida. Going up against Mike McBride over here in the Budweiser lane. 667 is the dial in for the Chevy Chinova out of Brooksville. Okay, 6,000 separates the two at the starting line. And the win line's going to come on in for Scott Gibson as he goes 466 on his 464 dial in. As Mitt Rising goes 670 on the 667 dial in. That's going to bring up Barry Rowell next. The Chevy Vega in Mayhunter, Georgia. Then we're going up against Trent Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. 490 is the dial in. Okay, you got 4,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go. The stripe, the win line's coming off the Trent Horton on his 492. His 490 dial in as Barry Rowell breaks out with a 587 on his 588 dial in. All right, Haley Wright coming up next. 510 is going to be the dial in. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And showing up against Kirk Carlson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 488 dial in. line start there by Haley Wright. It's going to give Kurt Carlson the automatic win lane. Carlson goes through the 496 and gets 488 dial in. As Haley goes 537 or 510. That's going to bring up Lou Galley next. 562 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Corvette. We're going up against Keith Collins Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 558 is going to be his dial in. Well, red line started by Lou Galley is going to give the automatic win here to Keith Collins. Collins goes through the 561 on that 558 dial in. As Lou also breaks out with the 561 on his 562 dial in. Okay, Autumn D-Ross set coming up next. 513 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Mike Young over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 638 dial in. Red light start there for Autumn D-Ross set. It's going to give the automatic win here to Mike Young. We're going to go 635 over his 638 dial in. That'll bring up Adam D-Ross set. He's got a 491 dial in. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Bobby Trinnell over here in the Budweiser lane. 509 is his dial in. Okay, the red light starts here by Bobby Chanel, so you have Adam D-Ross set the automatic win. And D-Ross set goes through the 91.4 on that 91 dial, and he had a double away reaction time. He was up to 12,000 back. And Chanel went dead on forward as well. He was 001 red. Randy Banger coming up next. 494 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Steve Breakstone. Bradenton, Florida, 559. 6 is going to be his dial in. And red line start there for Breakstone. He's going to get Banger to the automatic win line. And Banger goes good on 9. It's going to bring up Mark Horton next. 639 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro and Callahan. And you're right up against Jason Graham over here in the Budweiser lane. 572 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2 Nova. And wheels up start there for Jason Graham. 10 miles separates to the starting line, and at the stripe is going to be Horton getting the win line here on a double breakout. Horton broke out by 3 thousandths. Graham broke out by a bunch. Mike Bonacci coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 501 is going to be his dial in. He's going to be going up against April Prince over here in the Budweiser lane. 624 is going to be her dial in. Okay, 2,000 separated the two to start, and at the stripe, it's going to be Mike Bonacci getting the win line here. 501 hits 501. He got an 8,000 pack together, and April was dead on 5 with a 006. She had an 11,000 pack. 36 thousandths of a second was the difference. Shirley Powell coming up next. 660 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Victor Adams over here in the Budweiser lane. We got a 30,000 difference at the starting line here. And at the stripe, it's going to be Sherby Powell getting the win lane. So he goes 661 on his 660 dial in. Sherby had a perfect reaction time as well. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. 621 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. Coming up against Mike Gaffney over here in the Budweiser lane. Gaffney's out of Wildwood. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. And the win line's coming off of Mike Gaffney as he goes 690 on his 687 dial in as Aaron Reynolds slows to a 646 on the 621 dial in. All right, looks like our next pair coming out. We're going to have Brian Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 465 is going to be his dial in. Here we're going up against Nick Brown over here in Budweiser lane. 609 is his dial in. Okay, looks like we got 5,786 out of 782 at the starting line. It's going to be Brian Jones getting the win line here as he goes dead on one. As Nick Brown breaks out with 607 on his 609 dial in. And now we have the buy right here for Alan Roush. He's got a 619 dial in. All right, Alan Roush goes through the 621 on his 619 dial in. Looks like we're getting ready to go over here to Junior Street. Just want to remind everybody tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, there will be a chapel service up on the 3rd floor of the timing tower. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, chapel service up here on the 3rd floor of the timing tower. All right, here we go. Back into Junior Street. We got truck number 439 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. I believe that's Travis Brett Jr., if I'm not mistaken. Then we're going against Brooklyn Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 962 dial in. All right, we got the Expedition, truck number 427 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 998's the dial in. Molly Banger over here in the Budweiser lane, she's got 1020 dialed in. And the wind light's coming off of Molly, she goes 1023 on that 1020 dial in, gets the wind light. Michael Martin coming up next, 945 is going to be the dial in here in the Lucas Oil lane. Up against Hunter Dowling over here in the Budweiser lane, he's got 1090 dialed in. Okay, and we've got red light starts in both lanes, and neither one of them are pretty red light starts. But the red light's going to come on for Hunter Dowling. And looks like your Byron coming up here for Colson Hayden. All right, so Colson goes through 1123 on that 1111 dial in. Okay, and this is license pass here on the truck number H249. All right, so here we go with the pro bikes, and we got Dwayne Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 889 is going to be his dial in, going against Reginald Harper over here in Budweiser lane. 955 is his dial in. All right. And Dwayne Leachman's going to get the win light here as he goes through with a 912 on an 889 dial in. Harper goes out with a 970 on his 955. Johnson coming up next over here in Lucas Oil Lane. 1125 is going to be the dial in. When it's against Vince Howdeshell over here in the Budweiser Lane. 1196 is going to be the dial in. Okay, red light start there for Vance. He's going to give Roy Johnson the automatic win. Johnson's got a perfect reaction time. He goes 11:14 on 11:25. Larry Berger coming up next. 11:31 is going to be the dial in for the Tony Dixon out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Anthony Vieira and Palm Coast. 892 is going to be his dial in. Lanes. 117 and 162. On a double breakout, Anthony Riera is going to get the win light here in 887 on his 892. His Berger went 11:16 on 11:31. John Up the Road coming up next. 860 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side. He'll go up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in Budweiser Lane. 917 is going to be his dial in. Red light start there by Dwayne Schmidt Jr. is going to give John Up the Road the automatic win light. And John's going to go through there with an 868 or his 860 dial in. All right, that'll bring up Fireball. Jeremy Davis over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 919 is going to be the dial in. They'll go up against Tom Boats over here in Budweiser Lane. 1105 is his dial in. All right, 16,000 separates the two in the starting line. And the win light's going to come on down for Tom Boats as he goes 11-11, then 11:05. Sounds like Jeremy's bike started breaking up a little bit down there. So he went 9:53 on 9:19. All right, here we go to Sportsman. And we got Bob Hodgson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11 flat's going to be the dial in for the pickup out of Lake Butler. And we're up against Dan Salyers over here in Budweiser Lane. 12:23 the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reddick. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Okay, Salyers is going to get the win light here as he goes 12:33 on that 12:23 dial in. Monica Roberts coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 12:53 dialed in. Going against Blake Scott over here in Budweiser lane. 11:03 is his dial in. Red line start there for Blake Scott. It's going to give Monica Roberts the automatic win. And stride Monica is going to go through with a 12:62 at 105 miles an hour. This Blake's later 11:46 and then 11:03. Chris Courtney coming up next. 11:07 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. He's out of Gainesville. This Dylan Howard over there in the Budweiser lane, 12:45 the dial in for the 2001 Pontiac Firebird. Yeah, red line start there by Chris Courtney. It's going to give Dylan Howard the automatic win. And Albert goes through with a 12:49 on his 12:45 dial in. Steve Strickland coming up next. 11:81 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of St. John's. He'll go up against Brett Betterman over here in the Budweiser lane. 12:77 is the dial in on the Chevrolet out of Jacksonville. All right, looks like we got 24,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And your win line's going to come on down there for Steve Strickland as he goes 11:88 on that 11:81 dial in. Here's Benneman's. Goes 12:87 on his 12:77. 29 10,000ths of a second was the difference at the stripe. John Landola coming up next, 13:12 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. We'll go against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 13:59 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. Okay, here we go with the stripe, and your win line is going to come on down there for Mitch Gunner as he goes 13:61 on that 13:59 dial in. Landola goes 13:13 on his 13:12, but Landola was behind on the Christmas tree by a considerable amount. Yep. Dawson Bass coming up next. And the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville's got 12:30 dialed in. He'll run up against Jay Dickinson over here in the Budweiser lane. Jay with a 17:46 dialed in on his Chevy truck. And he turns on the red light, giving the automatic win here to Dawson Bass. All right, so Dawson goes through with a 12:35 on his 12:30 dial in as Jay Dixon actually breaks out as well as red lights. Dennis Harsh coming up next. 12:03 is going to be the dial in for the Infinity. He'll be over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Robert Sepson over here in the Budweiser lane. Sepson with a 12:10 dialed in on his Nova. Harsh with a 12:03. Well, red light start there for Robert Simpson is going to give Dennis Harsh the automatic win light. And Simpson goes dead on 7, but unfortunately with 025 red, as Dennis Harsh goes 12:09 on his 12:03 dial. Chad King coming up next. 12:21 is going to be the dial in, going up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. And the red line start there for Chad King is going to give Kenny Hires the automatic win. All right, Hires goes through with a 12-18 on that, or excuse me, 11-18 on his 11.05. All right, Jen Robart's coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12.98 is going to be her dial in. One against Christopher Logano over here in Budweiser lane. 13.11 is his dial in. Okay, so one of them is pretty tardy. And it wasn't a Camaro. Christopher Logano picks up the win right here as he goes 13-17 on that 13.11 dial in. As Jen Robarts goes out with 13.05 for her at 11.98, 12.98. Jeff Barrier coming up next, 12-13 is the mile in for the Dodge Charger. He'll go against Mark Pangilly and then the Corvette over here in the Middlebrook and the Budweiser lane. All right, Mark Pangilly goes through with a 12.61 on that 12.55 dial in. His Barrier goes 12.17 on his 12.13. Okay, here goes our bye run here for Alan Rollins. Okay, so Alan's off and running. He's got no 74 reaction time. And he goes to 11.65 and then 11.64. All right, my junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, y'all should be back in the lanes. Junior dragsters, y'all should be back in the lanes. Lead by 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes. Junior dragsters should be in the lanes at this time. All right, just want to remind everybody, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, there will be a chapel service up on the 3rd floor of the tower. So if you want to come up for Sunday morning prayer, come on up to the chapel service, like I say, at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning up on the 3rd floor of the Tommy Tower. we got Hudson Vance coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane, 1395 is his dial in, going against Connie Mockney over here in the Budweiser lane, 1203 is her dial in. All right, red light start there for Hudson is Kylie, the red light. All right, Kylie goes dead on 5 and gets the win light. Hudson went 1396 and he's 95 dial in. All right, here we go. We got Molly Banker coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890's her dial in. And she'll be running up against Wyatt Hicks over here in Budweiser lane. He's got a 908 dialed in. Yeah, red light start there for Molly Banker. It's going to get the automatic win here to Wyatt Hicks. And Molly goes doing an 889 on her 890. Hicks went dead on 1 with an 042 reaction time. All right, Sierra Hayden coming up next. She's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's going to run against Tanner Bachman over here in the Budweiser lane. Sierra with an 897 dial in, Bachman with an 892. Okay, we got a clean start for both of them. Looks like you got a 43,000 difference at the starting line. The win line's coming up for Sierra 8-9 flat over 897 dial in. And Tanner goes 9 flat on his 892. Aaron Kennedy coming up next. 901's going to be his dial in. Going up against Briella Browning. Briella's got a 901 dial in on hers as well. All right, looks like we got about 17,000 separation to the starting line. Here we go to striping. Aaron Kennedy is going to get the win line here as he goes dead on with a 4. As Briella Browning breaks out with an 899 on her 901. Ryan Cook coming up next. 890 will be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Grayson Edelman. He's got a 9 flat dial in. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, only 2,000 separated the two in the starting line. And Ryan Cook's going to get the win light here, 899 with his 899 dial in. As Grayson Elton goes 912 on his 9 flat. All right, Carson Murphy coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 902 is going to be 909 to dial in. Weston Daniel over there in Budweiser Land's got an 892 dial in. Looks like he got an 80 difference in the starting line. And at the stripe, Weston Daniel's going to get the win light here, 901 on his 892 dial in. As Carson Murphy goes through with a 926 on that 909. Going to bring up Xander Cook next. 893 is going to be the dial in over there in the Lucas Oil lane. And going up against Scarlett Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 928 is going to be her dial in. All right, 58 lane difference in the starting line. And your win line's coming up for Xander Cook as he goes 898 on his 893 dial in. And Scarlett went up with a 942 on her 920. Now Brent Blake Jones next. 892 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. We're up against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. 895 is his dial in. All right, attention into pits, Nick Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, please. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you back to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7, please. Red line start for Blake Jones is going to give Lincoln McMaster the automatic win. And Lincoln goes through with an 893 on his 895. Blake goes 895 on an 892. Okay, we've got our next pair coming up. We got a dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 2946. 927 is going to be the dial in, going up against Johnny Moxley over here in the Budweiser lane. Moxley with an 891 dial in. All right, this is Peyton Duffett over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 927 dialed in against Johnny Moxley, the 891. And Moxley's going to get the win light here. He goes 893 on his 891. His Duffett breaks out with the 926 on the 927 dial. All right, Curtis Peak coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 790 is going to be his dial in, going against Juliana Edelman. 796 will be her dial in. Peak goes 002 to another 35 for Edelman. And on a double breakout, Curtis Peak's going to get the win light here. So he goes 787 on that 790 dial in. Edelman wins 790 over 796. Allison Reynolds coming up next. 808 is going to be her dial in, going against Matthew Peterson over here in Budweiser lane. He's got a 798 dial in. All right, once again, looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles back to lane 7, please. Super Pro Motorcycles, get you back to staging lane number 7, please. All right, 16,000 separating to the starting line. Here we go to the stripe win line. Matthew Peterson, 799 on the 98 dial in. Good run there for him. As Allison Reynolds was dead on with a 6, but she was behind on the Christmas tree. Cameron Rich coming up next. 805 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Bradenton, Florida. Went up against Hunter Dowling over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 820 dialed in. Red line start there from Hunter Dowling. He's going to give Cameron Rich the automatic win. And Cameron goes to an 817 on that 805, 831 on an 820 there for Hunter Dowling. Michaela Duffett coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 819 is going to be her dial in. And she'll be running against Gavin Giddings over here in the Budweiser lane. 845 is going to be his dial in. Giddings is up 46 for no 90 reaction time from Michaela Duffin. And Giddings on a double breakout is going to get the win light. All right, looks like that takes care of round number 2. Once again, need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 3, 1, and 2, please. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro motorcycles to lane 7, please. Super Pro bikes, lane 7. Just want to remind everybody that the tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, Racers for Christ is having a chapel service up on the 3rd floor of the tower. So make your plans to come on up at 8 a.m. for a little prayer in the morning.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so while we do a little bit of housekeeping work for round number 3, I'm going to go ahead and call out the bye runs, as well as classes that are going on the ladder here. So starting with Pro ET, your wait and see bye run to start round number 3 is car number H207, Jimmy Hodges. Super Pro, your wait and see bye run is car number U206, that is Sherby Powell. Sportsman, your bye run is car number 2455, Bart Gillinan. And your remaining classes, your 2 junior classes that are still yet to be completed, Junior Street and Super Pro and Pro Bikes will all be on ladders, as all of those classes are down to 8 cars or dragsters or bikes or less. So the only classes that have a wait and see bye run are Pro Eliminator, Super Pro Eliminator, and Sportsman. So again, Pro Eliminator, your wait and see bye run is car number H's and Harold 207. Super Pro, your wait and see bye run is car number U206. And Sportsman, wait and see bye run car number 2455. Those are your bye runs for round number 3. Corey's going to do a little bit of touch-up work, but he runs Automotive Speed Custom Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2 for round number 3. If you're not there, I need you there.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Looks like we got Lindsay in the left lane. And Can't tell who that's over there in the Budweiser lane. See if our announcer can help us out there.
All right. So Andy Lindsay is going to get just a wee bit of a head start here. And he goes red, giving the automatic win here to Mark Horton. And Horton goes through with a 636 on his 647. Andy with 680 on his 678. John Dwayne coming up next. 604 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. We've got this Jim Atkins over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Holly Hill, Florida. 630 is his dial in. All right, we got 30,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go. Into stripe. Your red line's coming up with John Dwayne, 605 on the 604 dial in. As Jim Atkins breaks out by 9,000. Kevin Roberts coming up next, 740 to dial in for the 69 Camaro. Here we go up against Roland Alford over here in the Budweiser lane. 730 is the dial in for Corky. All right, we got a clean green line start. Looks like 27,000 difference at the starting line. And Kevin Roberts is going to get the red line here. So he goes 744 on that 740 dial in. Rolly goes out with a 736 on his 730. Tommy Borgia coming up next. He's out of Manila, Florida. 763 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Here we go up against Lisa Rimba over here in Budweiser lanes. 849 the dial in for the Barracuda. And a red line start there for Lee. He's going to give Tommy Borgia the automatic win. And he goes through with a 764 on that 763 dial in. Lee went dead on 8, and unfortunately he was 004 red. Mark Pangillion coming up next. 666 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro, going up against Travis Marchand over here in the Budweiser lane. 586 is the dial in for his 69 Camaro. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. And here we go to stripe. Mark Pangillion's going to get the win line here. 667 on the 666 dial in. Travis goes out with a 587 on the 586. David Sinke coming up next. 708 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Mike French over there in Budweiser lane. 633 is the dial in for the 65 Chevelle wagon. Yeah, red line start there for David. It's going to give Mike French the automatic win. And French goes dead on the 4. Good run there for Mike. And we got Paul Allen next. He's out of Middleburg. 706 to dial in for the 72 Maverick. He'll go up against John Rollins over here in Budweiser lane. 601 is his dial in. Yeah, red light start for Paul Allen. He's going to give John Rollins the automatic win. Rollins goes through the 597 on that 601, 7 flat on that 706 for Paul Allen. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 686 to dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. They're running up against Dan Salyers. Salyers out of Redding, Florida. Got a 776 dialed in. All got a clean start for both races. Here we go to the stripe, and the win lights coming on for Salyers. As he goes dead on 2 with an 0-12 reaction time. He puts a 14th out back together. Good run there for Salyers. Gaffney goes out with a 689 on his 686. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 696 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 586 is the dial in for Fireball. All right, attention to the pits. Needs Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. And Jeremy Davis picks up the win right there as he goes dead on 7. Now we have Mike Mockney next. 633 is going to be the dial in on the Ford Mustang. He'll be going up against Keith Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 674 is his dial in. Once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Okay, 16,000 separate the two of these in the starting line. And at the stripe is Mike Mockney getting the win light here. 636 on the 633 dial in. As Collins goes out with a 679 on his 674. Steve Welsh coming up next. 679 is going to be his dial in, going up against Ernie Renfro over there in the Budweiser lane. Ernie with a 666 dial in on his 1970 Camaro. Okay, we got green light starts in both lanes. And it's going to be Ernie Renfro getting the win line here, 675 on the 666 dial in. Welsh goes dead on 3. Cannot get the win line to come on with a 290 reaction time. Reed Farrar coming up next. 651 is going to be the dial in for the 66 GTO. Robert Simpson's going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 769 dial in on his Chevy Nova out of Jacksonville. All right, looks like we got 4,000 separating the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Robert Simpson getting the win line here on a double breakout. All right, Bill Green coming up next. 603 is going to be his dial in, going up against Dustin Daniel over there in the Budweiser lane. 660 is the dial in for the S10 out of Lake Butler. Okay, we had a clean start. Looks like we got 24,000 difference at the starting line. This is going to be Bill Green getting the win light here. Dawson Bass coming up next. 722 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He's going to go up against Brent Betterman over here in the Budweiser lane. Betterman with an 819 dial in. All right, got a clean green light start. 39,000 second difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, Dawson Bass is going to get the win light here as he goes 727 on the 22 dial in. As Bentley goes out with an 830 on his 819. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. 621 is the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. James Evans over here in the Budweiser lane's got a 702 dial in on the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. looks like a clean start. It looks like 45 difference at the starting line. On a double breakout, Aaron Reynolds is going to get the win line. And that's going to bring up Jimmy Hodges next. 6:08 is going to be the diamond for the 75 Nova. All right, so Jimmy goes 6:11 on his 6:08. All right, once again, looking for a Super Pro. Line Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, need you to station lane 8. Junior Street, need you to station lane number 8, please. Okay, here we go into the Super Pro motorcycles. We got Dwayne Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 558 is going to be the dial in. From Wildwood. Going up against Roy Hagedorn over here in the Budweiser lane. 564 is his dial in. Okay, looks like we got 44,000 difference at the starting line at the stripe. Dwayne Leachman's going to get the win right here. As he goes 568 on the 58 dial in. As Hagedorn went 616 on his 564 dial in. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next. 580 is going to be his dial in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. They'll go against Richard Holder over here in the Budweiser lane. 552 is his dial in. Okay, real nice start by Richard Holder. Trying to get Dwayne Schmidt Jr. the automatic win. And Holder goes dead on 5, but didn't do him any good. Schmidt breaks out by thousands.
All right, we got another pair that's coming up.
All right, fine, Brian Trailer Sale Super Pro. Y'all should be in lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. And then Junior Street, lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. Fireball, need to cool it, fuel it. Just get it back in the lanes. Fireball.
Hey, I just want to remind everybody while we're waiting for the bikes to take to the water box, we're going to have Paige Coughlin coming on our podcast Thursday night at 7 o'clock. So please join us.
All right, attention in the pits, Sportsman. Start making your way back to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, here we go, the final pair here in this round of Super Pro motorcycles. And we got Fireball, Jeremy Davis over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 586 is his dial in. On his Steve Breakstone over here in the Budweiser lane. 555 is his dial in. He's out of Bradenton, Florida. All right, 32,000 difference at the starting line. At the stripe is Jeremy Davis picking up the win line here as he goes dead on 1 as Breakstone breaks out. Now 6,000.
All right, we're going to go side by side. So you're going to go right into Super Pro, followed by Junior Street.
All right, once again, looking for Junior Street to lane 8. Sportsman back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6.
After Junior Street is going to be Pro Motorcycle and then Sportsman, and then back into our Junior Dragster class.
All right, here we go into Super Pro. And we got Chad Kennedy coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And here we're going to be running against Brandon Williams over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, so here we go. We got Chad Kennedy coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 610 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Brandon Williams over there in Budweiser lane. 743 is the dial in on the Pontiac Firebird. Red line start by Chad Kennedy is going to give Brandon Williams the automatic win light. Next pair coming up, we got Mark Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 640 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Alan Roush over here in Budweiser lane. 621 is his dial in. Red line start there by Alan Roush is going to get Mark Horton the automatic win lane. And Horton goes through the 639 and then 640 dial in. Roush wins 619 on his 621. Flying Brian Jones coming up next. 465 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Orange Park. He'll right up against James Hicks Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 511 is going to be his dial in. Yeah, red light start for James Hicks Jr. is going to get Flying Brian Jones the automatic win. As Jones goes 466 on his 465. And it looks like there's problems with Hicks' car. He's pulling it over to the side of the raceway. All right, so we're going to be on hold here for the next few minutes while we figure out what's going on and get Mr. Hicks' car off the track. So I can find something we can push it with. we go. As we got Randy Banger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 495 is his dial in. They run up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 501 dial in. Okay, we got a great line start in both lanes. Randy Banger, he goes 499 on the 495. Hicks goes out with a 504 on his 501. Bubba Hawthorne coming up next. 442 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Memphis, Florida, going up against David Harris over here in the Budweiser lane. 481's his dial in. Start there for David Harris is going to give a Bubba Hawthorne the automatic win light. Hawthorne gets through with a 444 on his 442 dial in. Big Pro Bikes, back to lane 7, please. Pro Motorcycles, take you back to lane 7. All right, Scott Gibson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 465. He's going against Mike Young over here in the Budweiser lane. And the wheel line's going to come on over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, where Scott Gibson is 467 and 465. All right, so here we go. I think we got Billy Dunn over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 470 is going to be his dial in. Going against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 453 is his dial in. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Kelly Hicks picking up the win light here as he goes dead on 7. Number 23 reaction time. That's going to bring in Derek Brewster next. He's got a 530 dial in. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against Mark Horton over here. All right, so Mark Watson coming up over here on the Budweiser side, he's got a 601 dialed in on the Pontiac Trans Am. All right, only 1 thou separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, man. Your red line's coming on for Punky Brewster. 534 and a 530 dial in as Watson breaks out with a 6 flat on his 601. John Connick coming up next. 720 is going to be his dial in, going up against Zach Collins over here in Budweiser lane. 623 is his dial in. Red light start there for John Connick. It's going to give Zach Collins the automatic win. All right, Tom Heath coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 648 is going to be the dial in for the GTO. He went up against AJ Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. 455 is his dial in. All right, 3 thou separates the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Tom Heath getting the win line here. 649 on a 648 dial in. As Kelly goes out with a 457 on a 455. Dave Demarest coming up next. 480 is going to be his dial in. And here we go, going up against Brett McDaniel over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 488 dialed in. We got 1 thou separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Win line comes on for Dave Demarest. He does 480 with a 4 with an 015 reaction time. Puts a 19 thou pack together. As McDaniel breaks out with a 487 on his 488, he breaks out by 8 thousandths. Adam DeRosset coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 492 is his dial in. Going up against Trent Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 492 dialed in. We got a heads up run here. Rossette's going to get the win line here as he goes 496 on that 492. Horton goes 493 on a 492, but he was behind on the Christmas tree with a 032 to a 006 for Adam DeRossette. Mike Bonacci coming up next. 5 flat's going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Ocala. Coming up against Kurt Carlson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. He's got 490 dialed in. clean start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Bonacci getting the win light here. 502 on his 5-man dial in. It's throw across to it out with 497 on the 490 dial in. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 688 the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. And Keith Collins Jr. is going to be over here in Budweiser lane. He's got a 562 dialed in on his S10 pickup. All right, got 20,000% starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Mike Gaffney getting the win light. 689 on a 688 dial in. As Collins breaks out with a 561 on his 562. Flying Brian Jones coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 465 is his dial in. Going against Alan Roush over here in the Budweiser lane. 621 will be his dial in. All right, got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Flying Brian Jones gets the win light here as he goes through with a 465 with a 5 on his 465 dial in with a 009 reaction time. Puts the 14th dial back together. Alan Roush breaks out with a 618 on his 621. Your buy run coming up here for Sherby Powell. And Sherby goes 660 with a 9 on his 661 dial in. And wraps up that round of Super Pro as we're getting ready to go over here to Junior Street. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters. Let's start making our way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, make our way back to the staging lanes, please. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older in lane 1. All right, attention to the pits. Dawson Bass. Take you to the Sportsman staging lanes, please. Dawson Bass, make your way into the Sportsman staging lanes, please. All right, so here we go into Junior Street. We got Hunter Dowling coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1090 is going to be the dial in for the F-250 Ford. Going up against Colson Hayden over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 1125 dialed in on the C10 Chevy truck. we had a clean green line start in both lanes. Looks like we had about 64 thou difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Hunter Dowling getting the win line here on a double breakout. That'll bring up Brooklyn Collins next. She'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 967 is the dial in with a Chevy pickup truck. She's going to be going against Molly Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. 1020 the dial in for the Super Duty Ford. All right, once again, junior dragsters need you back to the lanes. 10 to 12 year olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, make your way back to the staging lanes, please. Okay, red light's coming on here for Molly Banger. She goes 1053 on that 1020 dial in. As Brooklyn Collins goes 995 on her 967 dial in. All right, here we go. We got John Up the Grove coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 867 dialed in. Going against Anthony Bayer. 888 is going to be his dial in. Okay, we got 20,000 difference here at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Anthony Bayer picking up the win line here. So he goes 892 on that 888 dial in. Is Up the Grove breaks out with an 866 on his 867. That's going to bring up our next pair. Dwayne Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 889 is going to be his dial in. Going against Bob Moats over here in the Budweiser lane. And Bob turns on the red light, giving the automatic win here to Dwayne Leachman. Okay, Roy Johnson coming up next over here on the Budweiser side. He's got an 1120 dialed in. All right, looks like we're getting ready to go to Sportsman. Strickland coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1185 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of St. John's, Florida. Going up against Dan Salyers over here in Budweiser Lane. 1225 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. Red line start there for Steven Strickland. It's going to give Salyers the automatic win. And Salyers goes through with a 12:29 at 107. Mitchell Gunner coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1360 is going to be his dial in. He's going against Dylan Albert over here in the Budweiser lane. 12:48 is going to be the dial in by the Pontiac Firebird out of Middleburg. Okay, red line start there by Dylan Albert. It's going to give Mitch Gunner the automatic win line. And Gunner goes through with a 13:53 on that 1360 dial in. Monica Roberts coming up next. 12:58 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She'll be going up against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser lane. 12:06 is the dial in for the 2010 Infinity. Red light start by Dennis Harsh. She's going to give Monica Roberts the automatic win. And Monica's going to go through with a 12:56 on her 12:58. Alden Rollins coming up next. 11:66 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. They go up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. 11:13 the dial in for the Chevy pickup out of Hawthorne. Okay, here we go to the stripe, and the win line's coming on for Alden Rollins as he goes through with a 11:64 on a 66 dial in. Kenny Hires broke out with 11:05 on his 11:13. Dawson Bass coming up next. 12:35 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Going up against Chris Lagana out of Wearsdale, Florida. 13:11 the dial in for the 67 Camaro. Okay, 16,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go. The stripe win line's coming on down there for Dawson Bass. He goes 12:41 on that 12:35 dial in. As Lagana goes 13:09 on his 13:11. Fire run coming up here next for Bart Van Gillian. All right, Mark goes 12:50 on that 12:55 dial in. That's going to bring up Dwayne Schmidt Jr., or Senior, excuse me. Test run on the Nova over here. Schmidt. Goes to 1191 at 113. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. There'll be a little change up here now. Super Pro. Need you to lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. You're going to be in lanes 1 and 2. Flying Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Need you to come to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Once again, listen up out there. Change up on the lane assignments here, so make sure you get it right. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, 3 and 4. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Junior dragsters. And we got Aaron Kennedy coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 9 flat's going to be his dial in. Going to get Xander Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 is his dial in. All right, attention in the pits, Once again, listen up. Super Pro, Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Okay, Aaron Kennedy pulls up a 001 reaction time to see if he can lock it down on the top end. And he does. He goes 910 on that 9 flat. Good run there for Aaron. As Xander, he was 131, goes 901 on an 890. That's going to bring up Lincoln McMaster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be running over here against Weston Daniel. 892 is going to be his dial in. Once again, listen up in the bids. I need Blind Ride Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Bikes lane 7. Okay, 19,000 difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. The wind light's going to come on down there for Weston Daniel, 899 on an 892 dial in. As Lincoln goes out with a 906 on his 895. All right, once again, looking for Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, Pro Eliminator lanes 3 and 4, Pro Eliminator lanes 3 and 4, Super Pro Motorcycles lane 7. Johnny Moxley coming up next over here, 893 is going to be his dial in, going up against Ryan Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. Red light start there for Johnny Moxley. He's going to give the automatic win here to Ryan Cook. Ryan was 001 on the Christmas tree. It was 886 on his 890 dial in. That's going to bring up Sierra Haight next. 897 is going to be dialed in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And she'll be going up against Wyatt Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 909 is the dial in for Hicks. $31,000 difference at the starting line. And the wind line's going to come on down there for Sierra Haight. She goes dead on 6. Gets the wind line there as Hicks breaks out by 9 thousandths. All right, here we go. So we got Curtis Peak coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is going to be the dial in. Running against Gavin Giddings over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 845 dialed in. Red light start there for Curtis Meeks. Going to give Kevin Giddings automatic win. Kevin's 018. And he goes 843 on that 845. That'll bring up Cameron Rich next out of Bradenton, Florida. 817 is going to be the dial in. Going against Matthew Peterson over there in the Budweiser lane. 797 is going to be that dial in. All right, 49,000 difference in the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Matthew Peterson getting the win light here as he goes 804 on that 797 dial in as Rich breaks out 815 on an 817. Okay, looks like we got Michaela Duffett coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Looks like must be a time run or test run. Okay, they go through the 9 and 10. All right, once again, I'm looking for Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, Pro Eliminator, need you to lanes 3 and 4, Pro Eliminator 3 and 4, Super Pro Bikes lane 7, Super Pro Bikes lane 7. All right, just a quick reminder, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, there will be a chapel service being held up on the 3rd floor of the timing tower. So come on in tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, 3rd floor of the timing tower for the chapel service. go back into Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, and we're going to have John Dwayne coming up over here to Lucas Oil Lane 605. Is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. Going up against Jimmy Hodges over here in the Budweiser lane. 611 the dial in for the 75 Nova. He's out of Middleburg. All right, 15,000 separates the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be John Dwayne getting the win line here as he goes dead on 6. Picks up the win. Jimmy breaks out with the 608. Will get 611 dialed in. Mark Horton coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, 638 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Callahan. We're going up against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 585 is the dial in for Fireball. And red light start there for Jeremy Davis is going to give Mark Horton the automatic win. And Horton goes through with a 635 on his 638 dial in. Phil Green coming up next. 603 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro. He's out of Ocala. He'll be going up against Ernie Renfro over here in Budweiser lane. Ernie in his 1970 Camaro has got a 666 dial in. I got 10,000 difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe, and the win line comes on down for Ernie Renfro as he goes dead on 9, gets the win. Bill goes 605 on the 603. Bart Van Gillian coming up next. He's got a 666 dial in, going up against John Rollins over here in the Budweiser lane. John with a 599 dial in. All right, we got 20,000 difference at the starting line. And your win line's going to come off for Bart Van Gillian as he goes 666 with a 4 on a 66 dial in. Good run there for him. John goes out with a 6 flat. He was behind by 20,000 tree. Tommy Borgia coming up next. 764 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. 633 is going to be his dial in. And real nice start there for Tommy. He's going to give Mike French the automatic win. French with a perfect reaction time. And it's dead on 4. He missed a perfect run by 4 thousandths. Kevin Roberts coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 740 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Robert Simpson over here in the Budweiser lane. Simpson with a 767 dial in. All right, we got 20,000 difference at the starting line here. And it's going to be Robert Simpson getting the win line here, 768 on his 67 dial in as Roberts bows out with a 741 on his 740. That's going to bring up your next pair. It's going to be Aaron Reynolds over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And here we run up against Mike Mockney over here in the Budweiser lane. for the 621 dial in, 633 the dial in for Markney. All right, looks like we got 35,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Aaron Reynolds getting the win light here as he goes 622 on a 21 dial in. As Mike goes out with a 630 on a 33 dial in. Dawson Bass coming up next. He's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 719 is going to be the dial in. Going against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. 775 is the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. Yeah, red light start there for Salyers is going to give Dawson Bass the automatic win. And Bass goes through with a 721 on that 19 dial in. Salyers went 776 on his 75 dial in. And that should wrap up that round of pro eliminators. We're getting ready to go over here to the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. All right, Flying Brian Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 465 is going to be his dial in. He's going to go against Mike Gaffney over here in Budweiser lane. 688 is going to be the dial in for the AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. All right, got a clean green light start, 13,000 separated the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Mike Gaffney getting the win light here as he goes dead on 0 with a 17 reaction time. Brian Jones was 004, goes dead on with a 4. Goes 65.6 with a 4. 14 10,000ths of a second was your difference at the stripe. Sherby Powell coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 660 is going to be the dial in. He'll be on against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 453 is the dial in for Hicks. Okay, 14,000 difference at the starting line here. And at the stripe, it's going to be Kelly Hicks getting the win line here as he goes dead on 3. Sherby had a perfect reaction time, but breaks out by 4 thousandths. Randy Backer coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 495 is his dial in. He'll be going against Bubba Hawthorne over here in the Budweiser lane. 444 is the dial in for the dragster out of Mims. Separates the two at the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be Randy Banger getting the win line here as he goes 496 on the 95 dial in as Bubba Hawthorne breaks out by 5 thousandths. Tom Heath coming up next. 648 is going to be the dial in for the GTO out of Jacksonville, out of St. Augustine. Going up against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lane. 743 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Junior Street, need you to staging lane 8, please. Junior Street, need you to staging lane number 8. Need Pro Bites to lane 7, Pro Bites lane 7. Sportsman, need you to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. So we got Dave Demarest coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Zach Collins is over there in the Budweiser lane. Yeah, very nice start there for Dave Demarest. Going to get the automatic win here to Zach Collins. And Zach goes through the 627 on his 624 dial in. All right, that's going to bring up your next pairs. We should have Scott Gibson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And looks like Derek Brewster will be over here in the Budweiser lane. So Gibson over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, he's got a 465 dialed in, going against Derek Brewster over here in the Budweiser lane. 534 is his dialed in. Okay, we got a clean start here in both lanes. 13,000 difference at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Gibson getting the win right here as he goes dead on 3 and picks up the win. As Brewster breaks out by 14 thousandths. Mike Bonacci coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 5 flat to dial in for the traction out of Ocala. He'll be running up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. Horton with a 639 dial in. He's out of Callahan. Yeah, wheels up start there for Horton, but he goes 005 red, giving the automatic win here to Bonacci. Mike goes through with a 498 on that 5 flat. All right, once I look at that, look for Junior Street. Junior Street back to staging lane 8. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Sportsman should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Dragsters, need you back to lanes 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2. 13 and older, lane 1. Junior Dragsters, need you back to the staging lanes, please. All right, attention to the pitch. Jeremy Davis, need you to staging lane 7, please. Fireball, come on down to lane 7. All right, here comes the next pair. We got Adam DeRosset over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 492 is going to be his dial in. And going up against Brian Jones over here in the Budweiser lane. 465 is his dial in. Yeah, red light start there for Adam DeRosset. It's going to give Brian Jones automatic win. Jones goes dead on 3 with a 10 reaction time. He puts a 13th down back together. All right, looks like we got the rights coming up here. Haley's going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. I think this is just some test runs here. This must be for bragging rights in the house. Haley's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, racing over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, so Grayson, he was 0-10 on the tree, went 866. Haley was 881. test pass coming up here for the Mustang. Alright, so looks like it's going to be a few minutes before we get the Mustang down the road here, so we're going to go back to our regularly scheduled program as we're going into the Pro Bikes. Alright, so here we go back into the Pro Bikes, and it looks like they get things kicked off with what I assume is the Byron Dwayne Leachman 559. This is going to be his dial in. This is in Super Pro Bikes. And he gets to with a 562 on 559. Now to bring up Fireball over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Jeremy Davis got a 585 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in Budweiser Lane. 580 is his dial in. Red light start by Dwayne Schmidt Jr. is going to give Jeremy Davis the automatic win. All right, so it looks like we're going to go here to our Junior Street Finals. All right, here we go once again with our Junior Street final round. We got Hunter Dowling coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1090 is going to be his dial in. We're going to get Molly Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. 1020 is her dial in. Red line start there by Molly Banger is going to give Hunter Dowling the automatic win. Attention in pits, need pro bikes. Pro bikes back to lane 7. Pro motorcycle, need you to lane 7, please. All right, here we go back into Sportsman, and we're going to have Alan Rollins over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1162 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Going against Dawson Bass over here in the Budweiser lane. Down Ford Mustang, he's got 1230 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean green light start once. Dawson Bass was 040 on the tree. Alden was 128. And Dawson Bass is going to get the win light here, 1242 on the 1230. As Alden breaks out with 1159 on his 1162 dial in. Bart Pangillian coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Corvette. Over on against Dan Sayers over here in the Budweiser lane. Sayers with a 1228 dial in on the 71 Monte Carlo. And red light start for Sayers is going to get Pangillian the automatic win. And Bar goes through with a 1250 on the 52 dial in. Sayers goes 1222 on his 28. Monica Roberts coming up next. 1256 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. She's out of Ocala. And running against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 1360 dialed in on his Dodge Charger. You got a whole 50,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Mitch Gunner getting the win light here, 1361 on his 1360 dial in. Monica goes out with a 1261 on her 1256 dial. comes Sean in the Blazer. And he is 13:26 at 98. All right, here we go. We're going to try the Mustang once again. All right, here we go back to our junior dragsters, and we're going to have Aaron Kennedy coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 901 is going to be his dial in. Going against Weston Daniel over here in Budweiser lane. 892 is going to be his dial in. Red line start for Aaron Kennedy is going to get Weston Daniel the automatic win line. He goes through an 893 on his 892. Aaron went 903 on a 901. So we have Ryan Cook next. 890 will be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Right up against Sierra Haight over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got an 897 dialed in. Got a clean start both lanes. Sierra's at 52 to a 120 reaction time for Ryan Cook. And Sierra's going to get the win line here, 901 on that 897. Good run there for Sierra. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro back to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, need you back to lanes 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, back to lanes 3 and 4, please. Alright, we got a bunch of golf carts blocking up the hot car lane down there. You want to disperse out a little bit, please, so it can get by you? Yeah, red light start here for Gavin Giddings. He's going to give the automatic win here to Matthew Peterson. Alright, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro back to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator back to lanes 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator needs you back to lanes 3 and 4. Alright, here comes a test hit for Derek Brewster. He's out of Blackshear, Georgia. All right, so it looks like we're going over here to the motorcycles. All right, we got Roy Johnson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1125 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast. 888 is going to be his dial in. Looks like this is going to be the semifinals of the pro bikes. Once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, Pro Eliminator lanes 3 and 4. Alright, got a clean green line start. Looks like 19,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the win line's going to come on down there for Anthony Vieira as he goes dead on 2. And he gets the win line as Roy Johnson breaks out with 11:15 on 11:25. And it looks like Dwayne Leachman is going to be your buy run here, and it looks like he's just going to take the beam. Alright, so I think do a little prep on the raceway before we get back into the action here once again. Once again, I'm looking for Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, Pro Eliminator lanes 3 and 4. in the Super Pro. And we got Randy Banger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 494 is going to be his dial in. They're running against Tom Heath over here in the Budweiser lane. 648 is going to be the dial in for the 68 GTO. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lights here. We go to the stripe, and the green light's coming off from Randy Banger, 495 on the 94 dial in. As Tom Heath goes out with the 649 on his 648 dial in. Banger was ahead on the Christmas tree, 024 to an 041. Flying Brian Jones coming up next. He's got a 465 dialed in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Mike Minacci. Minacci's got a 498 dialed in on his dragster out of Ocala.
All right, we're going to restart Facebook feed. All right, we're back up on Facebook. Every 8 hours.
Clean start, 17,000 difference at the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be Brian Jones hitting the win line here as he goes dead on with a 5 and gets the win. Minacci breaks out by 1/1000th of a second.
After every 8 hours, we have to restart the Facebook feed.
Next, 686 the dial in on the AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. Going on up against Zach Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 624 is the dial in for the 77 Vega. All right, 4,000 separates the two at the starting line. And here we go to stripe. Then the win line's coming off for Gaffney as he goes from 686 on the 686. Good run there for him. All right, I'll bring up your next pair as we're going to have Scott Gibson Jr. over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 464 dialed in. Going up against Kelly Hicks over here in Budweiser lane. 453 is his dial in. All right, we got a really nice start. Looks like about 5 miles separating the two in the starting line. And it's going to be Kelly Hicks getting the win line here on a double breakout. bring up Aaron Reynolds next. 621 is going to be his dial in. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Mark Horton over there in the Budweiser lane. Horton with a 640 dial in on the Chevy Camaro. Okay, we got 21 pound difference at the starting line. Here we go. The stripe, good win lights coming on down there from Mark Horton on a double break-in. Horton picks up the win as he goes through the 639 on the 640, and Reynolds goes 619 on the 21. All right, that's going to bring up John Dwayne next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 603 is the dial in, going against Dawson Bass over here in the Budweiser lane. 717 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Red light start there by Dawson Bass is going to give John Dwayne the automatic win. And John goes 599 on his 603. Bart Van Gillian coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 666 is his dial in. Then we're going against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. 633. The dial in for this 65 Chevelle wagon. Red light start there by Mike French. Is going to get Van Gillian automatic win light. Bart goes through the 667 on his 666 dial in. Ernie Renfro coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 666 dial in. Going against Robert Simpson over here in the Budweiser lane. 767 is his dial in. All right, got a 1 pound difference at the starting line. And Ernie Renfro is going to get the win line here as he goes 667 on the 66 dial in. Simpson goes out on the 769 on the 767 dial. All right, my junior dragsters back to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters back to the lanes, please. our Super Pro Bank final round. And we're going to have Dwayne Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Wildwood. He'll be going up against Jeremy Fireball Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Palm Coast. Leachman with a 561 dial in, Jeremy with a 584. All right, Leachman's in control, 050 to a 195 on the reaction time. And Dwayne Leachman gets the win like 563 on the 61 dial in as Jeremy goes 588 on his 584. All right, here comes Alan Rollins. Took a test hit, and Uncle Jason's Nova. All right, Alvin goes 9-11 at 147. Haley Wright coming up next. She's at Middleburg. All right, these Sportsmen back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsmen, make your way back to lanes 5 and 6. All right, here we go with our finals of the 10 to 12-year-olds. Sierra Hank going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 897 is going to be her dial in. Going against Weston Daniel over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 892 dialed in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you're still in it, cool them and fuel them. Let's get them back in the lanes. If you're still in the races, let's get them cooled and fueled. I want Super Pro back to 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator 3 and 4. Sportsman should be in 5 and 6. Pro Bike Final need y'all to 7. Need those cars back in the lanes, please. Super Pro 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator 3 and 4. Sportsman 5 and 6. Pro Bikes lane 7. Let's get them back to the lanes, folks. Cool them and fuel them. race test pass here for Tiara Carter. So it looks like they're going to back Tiara off here. I think after the burnout, they was finding pieces out there. So check this out. All right, here we go back into Sportsman. That should be your semifinals here. We got Dawson Bass coming up on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:35 is going to be the dial-in going against Martin Van Gillian over here in the Budweiser lane. 12:53 will be the dial-in for the Chevy Corvette. Okay, you got 9,000 difference at the starting line. And Dawson Bass is going to get the win line here on a double breakout as he went 12:33 on the 9 on a 35 dial in. Martin went 49.3 on a 53 dial in. Byron coming up here from Mitch Gunner. All right, so Mitch is just going to take the tree and back up out of the way. Save the car for the finals. We're going to come back around Dawson Bass in the final round. All right, once again, look for Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, Pro Eliminator 3 and 4, and Pro Bikes. I think I'm still looking for y'all in lane 7. All right, back to doing some more test hits. All right, attention to the pits. I'm missing 2 Pro Eliminator cars. Need those two cars. Start making your way into the lanes, please. 5:32 in the 8th, 1:30, 9:18 to 99 on the quarter. Attention to the bids. Ernie Renfro, need you in the station lanes, please. Ernie, go and do it. There he comes.
I won't do that. Well, also, always have this. Yep, that's true.
All right, attention to the bids. You folks out there that are looking to get paid here this afternoon and earn some money, the payouts will be up here on the second floor of the tower. So payouts will be up here on the second floor of the tower. All right, here we go with our Pro Bike final round. And we got Dwayne Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 888 is going to be the dial in. And he's going to just a heads up race, it looks like, between him and Anthony Vieira. They're going to 888 a pair. 29 stars, 057 for Leachman, 130 for Anthony. Here we go to the stripe, and the win line's going to come on down there for Dwayne Leachman. He goes 892 on an 888 dial in. Good run there. Anthony broke out with an 885 on an 888. And got a test hit coming up here for Reginald Harper. Okay, Reginald went through the 962 at 140 miles an hour. All right, looks like we're getting ready to go to our semifinals here at Super Pro. And we're going to have Randy Banger over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. We're against Kelly Hicks over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, so Banger over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track's got a 493 dialed in, going against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 452 dialed in. All right, got a clean start in both lanes. Looks like a 24th difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Kelly Hicks getting the win line. 452 on a 452. Good run there for him. He was 12 on the tree. Banger goes 494 on his 493. He was 038. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 686 to dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He's out of Wildwood. He'll be right up against Brian Jones over here in the Budweiser lane. 464 is his dial in. All right, got a clean start again. 29,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Mike Gaffney getting the win line here on a double breakout. He broke out by 2,000. Looks like Brian breaks out by 6. All right, so that'll bring up Mike Gaffney and James Kelly Hicks in the finals of Super Pro. All right, here we we go to the semifinals of Pro Eliminator, and we got John Dwayne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 602 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro out of Jacksonville. Pick up against Mark Gordon over here in the Budweiser lane. 640 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro out of Callahan. All right, we got 2,000 separate the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Wing line's going to come on down there for Mark Gordon. 641 on the 40 dial in. As John Dwayne goes out with a 605 on his 602. That's going to bring up Ernie Renfro. 666 the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 666 the dial in for Mark Van Gillian there in the Budweiser lane. Red line start by Ernie Renfro is going to get Mark Van Gillian the automatic red light. And Mark goes dead on 0 with a 13 reaction time. All right, need my Sportsman finalists back to the lanes, please. Sportsman finalists, need you back to the lanes. Looks like I got one of them out there anyway. Need my other one into the lanes. Sportsman finals, need you in the lane. Pro and Super Pro finalists, let's cool them and fuel them. Let's get them back in the lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Dawson Bass, need you in the lanes, please. Dawson, come in the lanes. Tierra Carter goes 894, 109. She was 526 and 127 on the 8th. Test pass coming up here for James Hicks Jr. 6 goes through with a 865 and 112. All right, Alan Rollins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Nova. Double 08 reaction time for Allen. They went 580, 119 on the 8th mile, 963 at 108 on the quarter. We'll bring up Richard Lindsay next in the Ford Mustang. All right, so Lindsay goes 642, 106. All right, Peyton Duffett coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. The Pro and Super Pro finalists start making your way back to the lanes to cool and fuel. in the Sportsman final round, we got Dawson Bass coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:35 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Mitch Gunner over here in Budweiser Lane. 1360 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He's on a start. All right, man, we got a clean green line starting both lanes. 39,000 difference in the starting line. And your win line's going to come on down there for Dawson Bass as Mitch Gunner breaks out with a 13:55 on the 60 dial in. And Dawson Bass goes 12:42 on a 12:35 dial in. All right, need my Pro and Super Pro finalists to the lanes, please. Pro and Super Pro finalists start making their way back to the lanes, please. the test pass for Jason Graham. All right, big wheels up, starting there for Jason Graham. And went by 68 at 118 on the 8th, 919, 126 out the back end. All right, here we go. Looks like we got our Pro Eliminator final round coming at you. All right, going to have Mark Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 640. He's going to be the dial for the Chevy Camaro out of Callahan. Here we're up against Mark Pangilian over here in the Budweiser lane, 666 the dial in for the Camaro out of Melrose. All right, here we go. And we got a clean green light start. And here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Horton picking up the win light here on a double breakout. As Horton goes 638.9 on his 640 dial in. Mark got 663 with a 5 on his 66. Bart was better on the tree. 024 to an 047. All right, here we go with the Super Pro final, and it's going to be Mike Gaffney coming over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 685 is going to be the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He is out of Wildwood. He'll run up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 452 the dial in for the dragster out of Elkton. All right, here we go. Gaffney's off and running. Here comes Hicks. Looks like it's going to be like 25,000 difference at the stripe, and Hicks gets the win light as he goes through with a 5.452 with a 452 dial in. Good run there for Hicks. And Gaffney goes out with a 686 on his 685. So congratulations to Kelly Hicks. All right, got some test pass coming up here. We got Richard Lindsay coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Just a quick reminder, everybody, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, there will be a chapel service up here on the 3rd floor of the timing tower. So make sure to make your plans to come up there and enjoy that. So Lindsay went 650 on the 8th, 106, 1097 and 91 on the quarter. All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like that's going to wrap up things for us here this evening. So we look forward to seeing everybody back out here bright and early tomorrow morning. So y'all enjoy yourselves. Don't get too much trouble. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
I want to thank everyone for watching On the Spot Motorsports Media today, here from Gainesville Raceway for the Scorpion ET Bracket Series, and we will be back here tomorrow for race number 12. Until then, we want to tell everyone to take care. See y'all later.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.